Okay, due to popular demand, we're listening to Loop Hero music now. There you go. I'm gonna go make some tea, I'll be right back. Alright. Chinchilla wanted me to watch this, so I'll check it out before the book club discussion.
You uploaded?
Oui.
Yes.
Dump it.
Dump it. Pump it and dump it.
Submitting your first ever paper to a journal is one of the most nerve-wracking things you can do in any research field. Your work is going to be torn apart by your peers, but most likely it'll squeak by after a few heated rounds of revisions. By your 10th paper or so, these anxieties have been replaced by the mundane. It's just part of the job. In 1996, Alan Sokal was here, which is weird. See, Alan Sokal is 41 right now, a well-established professor with an interest in quantum field theory, and he's had close to 100 papers published since the 70s. But his newest paper was different. This one was going to be controversial, and he had to fight for it. The editors had requested changes, but Alan held his ground, insisting that his paper appear in its unaltered, intended form. Eventually, the editors gave in, and they published the paper in May 1996. The name of that paper? Transgressing the Boundaries, Towards a Transformative Hermeneutics of Quantum Gravity. And at first glance, that doesn't reveal a whole lot. Sure, it's got a little dramatic flair to it, but is it that different from any of his previous work? Well, consider for a moment the journal he submitted it to. Social Text, a cultural studies and social science journal. Huh. Let's read a quote. Just as liberal feminists are frequently content with a minimal agenda of legal and social equality for women and pro-choice, some liberal and even some socialist mathematicians are often content to work within the hegemonic Zermelo-Frankel framework. See, this is a work of satire. It's a joke.
Okay, for anyone who is not familiar with the logical fundamentals of mathematics, the Zermelo-Frankel framework is the most basic, fundamental, necessary axioms to build mathematics off of. You can't build mathematics off of nothing. You can't prove everything. You have to assume some things, and those are, amongst other things. Then there are like optional axioms depending on what you're building. Those are the Zermelo-Frankel axioms. So we need to break out from the Zermelo-Frankel framework hegemony.
Joke that you may or may not find especially funny. It was an elaborate,
I
petty
thought it was
prank.
funny.
Alan
Okay.
Sokal deliberately wrote a ridiculous article that combined physics jargon with buzzwords taken from postmodern philosophy and did his best to get it accepted into a social science journal. The idea was that if he could get his nonsense article published in a supposedly well-respected cultural journal, it would suggest that the editors were more concerned with whether the paper agreed with their philosophical leanings rather than on the merits of the paper itself. The result was chaos. The physicists and mathematicians found it hilarious. The philosophers and sociologists, though, they were understandably a little pissed off. In the end, Sokal never even got punished because, after all, how could he? He technically hadn't broken any rules, and it wasn't like he'd be missing out on any job opportunities. The only thing both sides agreed on was that social text had goofed up big time. To quote Alan's own words here, the mere fact of publication of my parody only proved that the editors of one particular journal, and a rather marginal one at that, had applied a lax intellectual standard. Sloppy sociology, like sloppy science, is useless, or even counterproductive. But you've seen the title of this video. This isn't a story about Alan Sokal. It's quite the opposite. 6 years after this prank, in late October of 2002, a new topic is posted on a forum. Physics Bit by reverse Alan Sokal hoax. This is bog.txt. Let's go on a trip.
Wicked. I like also I like that Sokal it's just a detail, but I like that Sokal actually mentioned like this is not a criticism of sociology, it's a criticism of poor sociology, of a marginal publication having lax standards. Because remember when there was the I forgot the name, but a bunch of like anti-SJW dipshits who like, and maybe not dipshits. I don't know like what their real intentions were and whether they were actually concerned about quality of publication, etc. But they basically had copied texts from Hitler's Mein Kampf and replaced the Jews with white people, and had that published in some also like marginal sociology publications. Except that when that happened, they used it as a debunking of how politicization and ideology had ruined sociology. Anyways.
Let's meet our protagonists.
The House of Bog.
This is Grichka. This is Igor.
Man, they look so much better without the...
These are the brothers Bogdanov. Here's a quick rundown.
Without the surgery.
Igor and Grichka were born in August of 1949, Igor being the elder by about 40 minutes. They would go on to be the oldest of 6 children. But they're not just any old pair of baby boomers. Although they were born in Gascony, France, and are French citizens to this day, they are the children of 2 separate aristocratic families, which paints a complicated genealogical tapestry. They get their last name from their father, Yuri Mikhailovich Ostensakin Bogdanov, a Russian painter whose ancestry stretches back to the time of the noble Bogdanovs. This was back when Russia was more into Tsars than Tsars. Their maternal grandmother was Countess Bertha Kolowrat-Krakowska, who herself was married to a member of the Austrian princely house of Colorado-Mansfeld. During this time in the Austrian royal court, she once organized a concert featuring Roland Hayes, one of the first black jazz musicians ever. She and Roland then began an illicit affair, leading to the birth of the Bogdanovs' mother, Maria, and their eventual expulsion from Austrian nobility. The Bogdanov brothers spent most of their childhood being raised in the south of France in a castle belonging to their grandmother. And at all moments they were surrounded by 2 personal tutors, nearly 50 housekeepers, and 15,000 books in the family library. The twins quickly learned German, French, Russian, and English, mainly through exposure from their housekeepers. Both brothers are well versed in multiple instruments, and both are regular pilots of planes and helicopters. For most of their childhood they were inseparable, but as they grew up their differences emerged. Igor has been married 4 times and has 6 children between 3 of them. His spouses range from TV personalities to rich aristocrats. Grichka, on the other hand, has never been married and has no children. Whereas Igor has a diploma in semiotics, the study of symbols, Grichka has a diploma in political science. As far as their personalities go, I have a scarce number of
I thought they had science diplomas. Okay. That's interesting.
clips to go on. Igor is apparently the extrovert, and Grichka is the introvert. Grichka has his head in the stars. Igor is much more grounded. These are quotes, which I'm going to take at face value because I don't think it matters that much. Igor and Grichka are 2 halves of a singular entity. They exist as a pair, a unit that does not make sense unless treated as a whole. They don't seem real, and we're just the pawns in whatever cosmic game they're playing.
Yes.
Speaking of the cosmos, here they are on their big break. Tant X. Although relatively unknown to international audiences, the brothers Bog were once mega celebrities in 1980s France. Tant X was a speculative sci-fi show where the 2 of them dressed up in gaudy aluminum jumpsuits and interviewed various writers and filmmakers about up-and-coming sci-fi. The show was a smash hit, airing for 9 seasons between 1979 and 1987, and it launched the brothers' careers. At its peak, it's estimated that 28% of the channel's audience watched them. This success happened for a few key reasons. Number 1, sci-fi was going through a bit of a renaissance at this time, with Star Wars and Star Trek at the height of their popularity, and the public had a fascination with robots, transporters, and warp-speed drives. And when the show was airing, they were talking about stuff like decoding the genome and the internet back when those were just sci-fi. and now they're real. The second reason is that Temps X broadcasted on the TF1 network, which at the time was one of the 3 TV channels in France that was free for anyone to watch. And the third reason should be obvious from any of these photos. Look at these beefcakes. These are 2 good-looking guys. After their initial run on Temps X, they would go on to host a few additional miniseries here and there, but with an increasingly lukewarm reception from the public. Their TV era had passed, but that didn't stop them from co-writing a whopping 16 books together, on topics ranging from the keys to writing good sci-fi, to speculative fiction about the last day of the dinosaurs, and even the origin of the Big Bang. Of course, they take issue with me calling their work fiction. Their books and shows have faced repeated criticism from the scientific community for basic inaccuracies. For example, they claim that a decreasing infinite series always has to approach zero, which is not true, and that the expansion of the universe means the solar system was smaller when it first came into existence. The solar system has in fact been largely the same size since it was first formed. Just for context, I got one of their books at the library for research purposes, and this one came with some comments in the margins. Quel bavard. Connerie. Petite bite. This one's just so what, idiot. Let me tell you, after reading one of their books...
Okay, so someone fucking wrote in their books and flamed them. Quel bavard. So the like talking too much. Connerie is bullshit. Petite bite is little dick. And so what? Well, yeah, so what, idiot? That one's pretty clear.
I get it. Like, I get the appeal. Their books shouldn't be used in place of graduate-level textbooks, but they write delightful overviews of complex topics. Their style is, at times, overly self-indulgent. This book may just change your life. But that's not exactly rare when it comes to other pop science authors. Look, whether it's a clip from the 80s in aluminum foil jumpsuits, or a clip from a talk show last year, the twins are excellent public speakers. Of course, anyone born in the 90s and onwards won't know them for their TV days. The twins are most well known for having undergone many rounds of plastic surgery, with their most recent and drastic round occurring in 2010. To be serious for a second, when people are willing to undergo expensive and risky surgeries to modify their bodies like this, there's obviously some sort of body dysmorphia going on. I don't feel comfortable making that a punchline. Instead, I want you to consider that we're going to see many valid reasons for criticizing the brothers throughout this video that aren't related to their facial features. The Bogdanov twins, who are now in their 70s, have had a long and bumpy career, but have managed to just barely cling to relevancy through a combination of genuine charm and absurd antics. But this video is about one particular period of their life, specifically the events that led to this forum post on October 24th, 2002. This is the story of how Igor and Grichka became Dr. Igor and Dr. Grichka. Details about how, when, and why the Bogdanovs got their PhDs are unfortunately scarce, but this is what we know for sure. Temps X lasted for 9 seasons. By any measure, a massively successful run. Ultimately, it was canceled when the TF1 network was privatized in 1987, and for the next 3 years, the brothers went on a media hiatus, spending their time writing more sci-fi books exploring their love of cosmology, as well as the relationship between science and religion. The topic that has always been at the forefront of their writing is the origin of the universe, the fractions of a second that immediately followed the Big Bang. This topic would eventually wind up as the core of their respective PhD theses. For whatever reason, the twins began seriously pursuing doctorates in 1991. They've stated in an interview that they always planned to pursue PhDs, but ultimately got sidetracked by their TV show. But now, at the cusp of their 40s, the time was right. This is not meant to be a slight against them. Plenty of people get PhDs later in life, but considering their existing fame and successful book career, the question remained, why bother now? They initially enrolled in 1991 for primordial cosmology at the University of Bordeaux. However, they only managed to last 2 years there, and were ultimately driven away when members of the faculty objected. They objected on the grounds that they were trying to base their work around content from their existing books, which did not meet the standards of a doctoral program. John D. Barrow, the professor of mathematical sciences at the University of Cambridge, says the brothers contacted him at that time with an odd request. They were very anxious to obtain PhDs very quickly, and they tried to con me into becoming an examiner. There were these 2 theses they had submitted. They were laughable compendiums. A couple years later, in 1993, they made a second attempt and moved to Dijon, where they enrolled at the University of Burgundy. Their first supervisor was a mathematical physicist named Moshe Flato. Flato would sadly pass away in 1998, so unfortunately there isn't really a record of his opinion on the brothers. A colleague of Flato, mathematician Daniel Sternheimer, would take over their duties as supervisor. Thankfully, we have a lot more insight from him. Dr. Sternheimer described the twins as stubborn wonder kids with very high IQs who have a hard time understanding that they are not the Einstein brothers and prone to shooting themselves in the foot with vague statements and an impressionistic style. The focus of their work are on the first few moments of the Big Bang, when the universe was still in the so-called Planck era, or approximately 10 to the negative 34 seconds after the Big Bang. That's 34 zeros. That's a very small number, very, very small. This is the smallest unit of time that has any meaning under quantum mechanics. After the Planck era is when all of the quarks and the atoms formed, and we have some decent theories about how all that happened, but before that we know very little about the state of the universe. The brothers claim that at this timescale, the usual math used for quantum mechanics falls apart, and a new mathematical construction is required. On June 26, 1999, after nearly a decade of work, Igor and Grichka would defend their theses. Grichka passed with the distinction of honorable. Sounds great, until you realize that is the rarely given absolute lowest passing grade for a PhD. Most successful candidates receive
Wait.
the distinction of très, or very honorable. To
Really?
quote one of his thesis reviewers, this only happens to the worst students, the students you only want to get out of the system. And even then, Grichka was torn apart in the question and answer section.
no.
He answered almost none of the questions correctly, especially those focused on the physics. According to another reviewer, the mathematicians on the jury made a case that he could pass as long as he changed his degree subject from physics to mathematics, in addition to heavy revisions. Igor, on the other hand, did not strictly fail. He would dispute that choice of words. So, to use his own words, he withdrew his thesis because the review committee was hostile. However, he was told he could reattempt if he could manage to publish in 3 or 4 journals, which to be clear, is an extremely bizarre condition for granting a doctorate. It's straight up unheard of. If this feels like a cop-out, it is. Despite this bizarre publishing condition, by the end of 2001, with the help of his brother, Igor had managed to publish 5 papers in 5 journals. And those journals were Annals of Physics, the Czechoslovak Journal of Physics, the Chinese Journal of Physics, Il Nuovo Cemento, and arguably the most notable, Classical and Quantum Gravity. He defended his thesis for a second time and was granted the title of doctor on July 8th of 2002. These two 53-year-olds
Oh
were now
no, I see what's gonna happen. That guy shitposted, the quantum physicist shitposted in the social science publication, and it's gonna turn out he shitposted in the quantum physics publication.
And if
Poetic
Igor had passed on his
justice.
first try like his brother, this might be the end of the story. You wouldn't be watching this video. Like many PhD candidates, their theses would fall into obscurity in the archives of a French university, and they would continue on their way to further book sales and a TV show or two. But when Igor submitted his work to journals, he made their work public. They had eyes on them now. We'll never know how many people saw the papers and didn't give them a second thought. Just by looking at the publication dates, they went nearly a full year with no one taking much notice. But then someone did. Every account of the story points to the same person as the originator. Max Niedermeyer sent an email to his colleague, Ted Newman, with a bizarre rumor. Supposedly, 2 brothers had managed to publish papers that were pure nonsense. Not just that though, they had conned their way to PhDs. This email spread like wildfire in the academic community, and eventually made its way to John Carlos Baez, professor at UCR. Now, without Baez, this story may not have blown up in the way it did. Keep in mind, it's 2002, and Google is still so new, people didn't use it as a verb. YouTube, Twitter,
is a
all the
major one
usual
when you
places
do
where
your
drama
thesis,
spreads
yeah.
these days, they just didn't exist yet. As for Baez, he had a bit of a
Damn, life is
reputation
early,
in
I'm
the early
pogging
1900s.
so hard
Since
right now.
1993,
Nice.
he had been posting a column known as This Week's Finds in Mathematical Physics. So when Max Niedermeyer's email made its way to him on October 22nd, 2002, he was more than prepared to share his story with the board he moderated, sci.physics.research. One thing struck him about the story, though. It reminded him of a similar situation from a few years earlier. And with that, he came up with the title that
Yakshimash.
would act as the
Dobrze.
flashpoint for the whole affair. John Baez opened his post with a callback to Alan Sokol's hoax, and then laid out the rumors as he'd heard them. Apparently, Igor and Grichka, 2 well-known French TV stars and writers, had been planning a hoax in the same way Alan Sokol had, but the punchline was swapped. Physics was the butt of the joke this time. The idea being that physics had gotten so niche and convoluted with too much jargon that no one could tell what was real and what was fake anymore. The first step in their alleged plan had been to interview prominent string theorists to master the jargon necessary for writing a gibberish PhD. Then, as part of a grand spectacle to cap off their hoax, they defended their thesis at l'École Polytechnique on the same day, with live TV crews and a dinner with the president. Baez then ends his post with links to the brothers' theses and some quick comments about some of the gibberish that stood out to him. The forum went wild and began tearing into the papers, as well as generating several new threads. The conclusion most seemed to draw, even if they weren't 100% experts in the subject matter, was that all the vocabulary and buzzwords were real, but arranged in such a way that had little to no meaning. One of the most common examples had to do with Foucault's pendulum, that being the famous experiment where you set up a bunch of dominoes in a circle, you wait a day, and then the rotation of the Earth means the pendulum will knock over every single domino. We draw from the above that whatever the orientation, the plane of oscillation of Foucault's pendulum is necessarily aligned with the initial singularity marking the origin of physical space S3. John Baez is quick to point out that you can remove a bunch of words to say the following. Since the Big Bang happened everywhere, no matter which way a pendulum swings, the plane in which it swings can be said to intersect the Big Bang.
Yeah.
Or even more simply, any plane contains a point. So why even invoke Foucault's pendulum at all? Well, it's likely the brothers invoked it because it's a famous piece of French scientific history, which wouldn't feel out of place in one of their books, for instance, but it does feel out of place in a highly technical academic paper. The papers as a whole are a jumbled mess of different ideas and concepts with a complete lack of coherence. Urs Schreiber went to the trouble of trying to summarize the papers into 5 central ideas, based on which types of jargon got used. He landed on A, statistical mechanics, B, topological field theory, C, cosmology, D, string theory, and E, quantum mechanics. And that might not sound that weird if you're not familiar with these fields, but they're 5 very distinct fields, and mixing and matching the jargon, it makes no sense. Schreiber even notes that the only reference to string theory is the Hagedorn temperature, and the rest of the paper has almost nothing to do with string theory.
Hey, that's weird.
As the forum
but okay, I'm not a physicist, but I have like pretty good vulgarized knowledge of some of those fields, specifically cosmology, string theory, and quantum mechanics. And I know that statistical maths are important in some of those. Like there are links between them, at least between like cosmology and quantum mechanics and string theory. Like the theories in string theory and quantum mechanics have specific consequences for cosmology. Like there's not. I think my understanding. I'm no expert, but my understanding is that saying that those fields have nothing to do with each other is wrong. And maybe those mathematical fields, those I'm really not that familiar with. It's because, you know, they're so bright they can see everything is connected. Yeah. The only reference to string theory being like a random like temperature constant is
temperature, and the rest of the paper has almost nothing to do with
weird.
string theory. As the forum post picked up steam, bigger and bigger names started to weigh in. Alain Comte, winner of the Fields Medal, stated that I didn't need long to convince myself that they're talking about things they haven't mastered. Nobel Prize winner George Charpak made it clear that the Bogdanov's presence in the scientific community was non-existent. Perhaps the most shocking fact, however, was that 3 of the 5 papers appeared to be nearly identical, and that all of them were just shorter versions of the 8-page paper in classical and quantum gravity. And to be clear, it's not uncommon to get multiple papers from a single thesis. They're long and diverse pieces of work, but you're not supposed to literally submit the same paper to multiple journals. It seems Igor had found himself a loophole. Now, it should be clarified that the rumor John Baez had heard had been exaggerated. For one, the school was incorrect. Igor and Grichka had passed their doctorates 3 years apart, and no TV crew was involved. As for the rumor about the president, this one is obviously false, but its origins aren't that far-fetched. Pierre Sarkozy, son of then-French President Nicolas Sarkozy, had been a producer for one of the brothers' TV shows. The last part of the rumor was harder to disprove. Were the brothers actually trying to pull off a hoax, or were they genuinely trying to get PhDs? The Usenet forum was split on this point. Some argued that the papers were too absurd not to be a hoax. It should be obvious to anyone in the field that they were nothing but a bunch of buzzwords strung together in a way that had no meaning. Other points in favor of the hoax premise was the brothers themselves. The brothers had backgrounds in social commentary and flashy theatrics, and they'd taken the last decade off from their lucrative careers to pursue lengthy PhDs. All signs pointed to them being up to something. But other posters countered that if it was a hoax, the thesis committee would have had to been complicit. People like Sternheimer, who are well respected, would be putting their jobs on the line for a pretty idiotic prank. Not to mention the university as a whole. Others pointed out that there was a key difference when comparing to Sokol's paper. Anyone who took a careful read of Sokol's paper could quickly find the humor in it. The vocabulary was so absurd that the hoax was almost begging to be discovered. But a reading of the brothers' work gave off the distinct impression of someone trying very hard to be taken seriously. So, are these misunderstood geniuses? Or are they the dumbest boys alive? The answer to this last mystery would come far sooner than anyone expected. The next day, from the brothers themselves. Dennis Overby, a reporter with the New York Times, had reached out to the brothers for comment, and they vehemently denied the hoax premise. They were adamant that their work was genuine, and they did not understand where the comparisons to the Sokol hoax were coming from. This was followed soon after on October 29th, when a joint account for Igor and Grichka dropped into the original forum thread. They opened by saying the accusations were pure nonsense, and that this campaign likely originated in France, and was due to an ancient editorial conflict that was attempting to slander them and their new TV show. They also quoted an apology from Max Niedermeyer. Niedermeyer had emailed the brothers to set the record straight about the initial exaggerated rumor, and the brothers used this as leverage to spin their slander conspiracy. They also began circulating an unsubstantiated rumor that the Harvard string theory group had initially thought the papers were a hoax, only to change their minds when they were told it was real. No names ever got associated with this story, and is likely just a fabrication on the part of the brothers. In any case, the next week or so consisted of the brothers attempting, and largely failing, to respond to specific questions about their work. Folks like John Baez, Peter Voigt, and Steve Carlip did their best to try and pin the brothers down, but as one article put it, it was like watching someone trying to nail Jell-O to a wall. The ever-humble brothers insisted that these folks just hadn't read their work carefully enough, and they were more than happy to validate rumors of their intelligence. As far as this geniuses question is concerned, well, let's say that we never advertised anything about it. The only thing which is true is that we have a solid training in IQ tests, so our results might seem impressive, over 200, but it does not mean much. We never talk about this, and even refuse to become members of Mensa. The forum had become essentially a dogpile on the brothers, and the more the twins spoke, the less willing people were to give them the benefit of the doubt. This process continued until late December, when it looked like things might finally be running out of steam. And now, it was time to pick up the pieces.
As we say in French, c'est un peu gênant, yeah.
The brothers had made it very clear that this was no hoax and that they would do anything to keep their degrees. Except it wasn't clear that anyone was trying to take away their degrees. After all, there was no evidence they had cheated or fabricated anything. They were passed by a committee who, despite the odd extra condition of publishing to journals, had treated them like normal students. If anything, the fact that their work had been approved by 5 separate journals, it meant that their work had been given the green light by dozens of people. The question was, had those referees been negligent? Let's start with the original thesis committee. This was not our specialty, he says. Nobody on the committee had any deep understanding of the ideas. In hindsight, the weakness is that there were no real experts. Maybe there are no real experts in what they are doing. What they are doing is so far out of the mainstream. Robert Cockerill stated that the brothers' work is certainly no better or worse than that of some established theoretical physicists. Igor's thesis had many things Dr. Jackie didn't understand, but he found it intriguing. All these were ideas that could possibly make sense. It showed some originality and some familiarity with the jargon. That's all I ask. The most damning quote is from their supervisor. Dr. Sternheimer says that he is not an expert in all points of Grichka's work and so did not follow his every point, but some of the dissertation was in his field and I made sure that that part deserved a PhD in mathematics. Still, he thinks that the brothers' strength is in popularizing science, not doing it. These guys worked for 10 years without pay. They have the right to have their work recognized with a diploma, which is nothing much these days. Ignatios Antoniadis was one of Grichka's reviewers who later reversed his judgment. I had given a favorable opinion for Grichka's defense, based on a rapid and indulgent reading of the thesis text. Alas, I was completely mistaken. The scientific language was just an appearance behind which hid incompetence and ignorance of even basic physics.
Man, if it's this easy to get a PhD, I need one myself. Holy shit.
The outlook is not much better. One report only has a few notes and all of them are about typos or citation formatting. Another asks for fixes to spacing and equation formatting. Almost no comments on the mathematics. That's not to say all the reviewers were at fault. Eli Hawkins, on the other hand, gave the brothers a harsh negative review for the Annals of Physics. It is difficult to describe what is wrong in section 4 since almost nothing is right. It would take up too much space to enumerate all the mistakes. Indeed, it is difficult to say where one error ends and the next begins.
That
in
means
conclusion,
I have a chance,
I would not recommend that this paper be published in this or any journal. So were there any consequences? Fewer than you'd hope for. Classical and Quantum Gravity issued a statement admitting that they were aware as early as April that the paper did not meet their current editorial guidelines and that it shouldn't have been published. But rather than retracting the paper, they published comments and replies to correct the mistake. Annals of Physics was the only journal to actually retract the paper. The agreement to use publications as the critical benchmark for granting a degree is ass backwards, says Frank A. Wilczek, a professor of physics at MIT. It's a real cop-out by the committee and totally unacceptable. Wilczek eventually got hired on as the editor-in-chief of Annals of Physics after the scandal, and he vowed to correct the journal's slipping standards. The remaining 3 journals never commented. Jacques Distler made a good point. The brothers hadn't uploaded their papers to the online archive generally used by most physicists at this point. Because of this, almost no one would have read them. This is more evidence that they were trying to fly under the radar. Jacques argues that it was the association with the Sokol hoax that caused anyone to bother paying attention to them. And there is credibility to that idea. John Bay has mentioned that an NYT reporter was only interested in doing a story on the scandal if the paper was a hoax, not just a paper people thought was a hoax. Everyone in their kitchen sink had an opinion on what the scandal meant.
Well, yeah, because also no one fucking cares. At that time, no one in the U.S. cared about the Bogdanov brothers. The only reason Americans care about them now is because of the meme power. It's not because
for physics. Peter Woit argued
they're
that
French
Bogdanov's work was
personalities. They're not American
than just about anything
personalities.
else being published. But the increasingly low standard of coherence in the whole field is what allowed them to think that they were doing something sensible and to get it published. Steve Carlip had a more middle of the road take. Referees are volunteers, who as a whole put in a great deal of work for no credit, no money, and little or no recognition, for the good of the community. Sometimes a referee makes a mistake. Sometimes 2 referees make the same mistake at the same time. I'm a little surprised that anyone is surprised at this. Surely you've seen bad papers published in good journals before this. Referees give opinions. The real peer review begins after a paper is published. But out of all these opinions, I imagine you're mainly interested in one in particular. What did Alan Sokol think? What sauce for the goose is sauce for the gander? An expression I'm sure means something but which I refuse to look up. Okay, fine. Apparently it means he was disappointed that he didn't have a true rival for his hoax. After all, to repeat his quote from earlier, sloppy sociology, like sloppy science, is useless, or even counterproductive. Now sure, the intentions were different, but the end result has largely been the same. The fact that no one could tell whether the papers were a hoax or not says a lot about the editorial standards of a few journals.
What is that
should not be taken as a
expression?
grand indictment of a whole field. Also, there's nowhere else to fit this into the script, but Alan
Sauce
Sokol's
for the
profile picture
goose.
is a Breath of the Wild, and I just really wanted to include that. The brothers continued to insist that
Nice.
the true value of their work would become obvious if you
He's a
just read
gamer.
their papers. So sure, let's play by the rules.
Okay,
A work of such
he publishes a paper to shit on sociology and feminism, and has a gamer avatar. Oh no, he's an actual gamer. French uni are known for giving worthless PhDs. They're given mostly to foreign third world countries who finance these students. The students can't use these PhDs to be recruited into teaching or postdoc in French uni itself. Wouldn't those PhDs like help you get like better jobs? They did this at a time where PhDs could be done without financing. This is not allowed today. Okay, interesting.
obvious importance must have a few citations. And would you look at that?
Like obviously for
I'm sure
them it
this is
doesn't matter.
exactly
They had their TV
I guess
careers
in
and
the
stuff,
end,
but
everyone moved on with their lives and let the brothers fade into
I'm wondering if I should
And for
get
a pair of
like a fake
celebrities, that may be the worst
PhD
ending
for
of
my curriculum
That's all I
vitae.
have for you. Thanks for watching.
Better jobs in their own countries, yeah. Oh god.
Hello?
Monsieur Broccoli, aviez-vous l'impression que cette vidéo était terminée? Tu n'oublies pas quelque chose?
You got mail. You got mail. You got mail. You got mail. You got mail.
What's happening? I'm scared. Okay, never mind. No one cares what they might be doing in some TPLAC. What does that mean? Ompit. Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's get ready for the discussion. I hope everyone here has read The Stranger. You have had 2 weeks to read it at this point, so there's no excuse. Obviously, you have read it, haven't you? There will be a test tomorrow, or in 15 minutes, rather. Okay, it's a bit late. We're I'm here. All right, cool. Turns a bit late, so we can chill for another like 8 minutes. I did in prep school. Does it count? Heard the Cure song. Oh yeah, there's a Cure song about The Stranger. I totally forgot about that. I actually did some research. Not much. Don't expect like fucking PhD chair analysis. But what's the name of the Cure song? Is the I'll just search The Stranger. Oh yeah, killing an Arab. That's the song. I don't remember how it goes, but all right, Andrew, you can hop into the Discord. We'll wait for Eternit to like actually get into the subject, but I'm gonna be moderated. Oh yeah, I don't know. Maybe the auto moderator. Oh yeah, the auto moderator caught you. The Twitch auto moderator can be pretty strict in the sense that it, like obviously it doesn't understand, you know, cultural context. 3G is dead. You have no more internet? Is that what you were saying? Is that what you are saying? Should I play this? It'll make they're shutting down 3G AT&T across America. Oh, okay, that's what you're saying. Hope we got time for a musical meme. As long as it's not copyrighted. I've been trying to avoid it so the VODs don't get copy striked. Oh yeah, this one. Yeah, I remember you sending me that. Musicians will get this one. I think. Well, the funny thing is everyone gets this one. You don't need to read the chords to get what's going on. But if you can read the chords, then it does add another level. What? There's a new Joel G video? Oh shit! And who made the music? Today is Ina Day, and wanted to make a little animation for it. The song is called We're Only Human and was made by the great Graham Cartner. You can listen to it on Spotify here. Shit, I don't have a Spotify account. Okay, I think this shit slaps. Gonna have to listen to it a bit more, but... Oh, and there was another one. Sorry, there was another Ina video. Sick. Man, I can't wait for the... so apparently Joel G's working on a video game. That's what this video, the Dream Barbecue game announcement was. So yeah, looking forward to that. That'll be fun when it comes out. Oh yeah, I wanted to do one thing. Metro Room. I need to like... I'm pumped about Lego Star Wars Skywalker Saga. Man, it's gonna be so great. Wait, what is that? Lego Star Wars Skywalker Saga. Also, hop into the Discord, Andrew. The Skywalker Saga. Hello.
Hello.
So the Skywalker Saga is what? It's like the original trilogy?
Yeah, also the original trilogy and the new films.
Oh.
It's like all 9 films.
Oh, all 9 films. Okay.
Yeah.
Relive the epic story of all 9 films in the biggest
That's
LEGO
cool.
video game yet, with LEGO Star Wars: The Skywalker Saga.
I played the complete saga when it first got released. I don't remember the year. Maybe it was 2007 or something like that. So playing this is really awesome.
Oh, so it's like for the games that are already were released, it's like a remake? Like
Yeah, a remake, a reskin.
Okay. Cool. Oh, hey, turn it.
Hello.
Uh-oh. Hello? He's probably setting up his mic and stuff.
Test.
Yes?
Yep.
We
Okay.
can hear you.
Hello. Yeah.
Cool. All right. You guys ready? You did your homework? I'm joking.
Yeah.
All right, so we're here to talk about Albert Camus' The Stranger.
L'étranger.
L'étranger, yes. So for anyone who hasn't read it, it's a story about about Meursault, a man a very very particular man. We'll talk a lot about that. Who, if we only mention the events, it's pretty simple. His mother dies. He then meets a woman that he has a relationship with. He helps a guy who's like really who like wants to beat up and punish another woman, and ends up involved in how that woman's brother wants to take revenge on that guy, and basically ends up killing someone. So and then he goes to court and is sentenced to death. Spoilers. But what this actual story is about is not the events themselves. So I've written down like some basic ideas, and I think the first one to like start the discussion, to me that would be important, is the and that really is important throughout the whole book, is what it means to exist. I don't know if you guys agree with that.
I think we could also start with the data about the book when it got released and stuff like that first.
Oh, true, the
I don't know,
historical
like the
context, sure.
introduction. Yeah, the historical context, because it's really important with the Algerian War and whatnot.
Yeah, that is true. Right, do you wanna talk about it then?
Yeah, sure. But no one has told the story of exactly how Camus created this singular book. I'm tempted to say how he discovered the novel within himself, and how it came to be published during the Nazi occupation in one of the most humiliating and complicated climates for publishing in French history. It's an astonishing success story with consequences so enormous for the future of the novel. You might consider the appearance of the stranger on the literary landscape as an evolutionary accident that made way for a whole new species, basically. Um, and I don't know. We can also talk about basically the colonial setting.
Mhm.
Uh, Usually people want to know why the Algerian setting of the novel matters. What difference it makes that Meursault is an Algerian Frenchman in a colonial setting, and why the Arab he kills is given no name. Every reader of The Stranger has a theory, whether they read the book last week or 50 years ago. The allure of Camus' novel means you can read it again and again, and see something different in it each time. The critics have done it. The critics have done just that, calling it a colonial allegory, an existential prayer book, in an indictment of conventional morality, a study in alienation, or a Hemingway rewrite of Kafka. That critical commotion is one mark of a masterpiece, but not the only one. Camus was proud of a singular literary innovation, almost a trick. He told his story in the first person, which usually lets the reader inside the narrator's head, but he did it so that there was no getting inside, no way to feel close to Meursault. How can such a distant and empty narrator capture so much attention, and how can such a disturbing book elicit so much loyalty? That's another question.
All right. Actually, the one about the historical context interests me, because I did notice it was published in the 40s during the Nazi occupation of France, but I didn't actually research that. So what happened around the publication? Apparently, you looked it up.
I didn't look it specifically. I just know it was this context, and it was kind of weird one because it was really hard to publish during that period. That's the only thing I research mostly.
Okay. I was wondering if there was a specific issue. Maybe like what you're talking about, the colonial the possibility of reading in a colonial of having a colonial reading of it. Maybe that helped it go through Nazi censorship, if anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, turn it.
No, I just said,
Yeah. As far as the colonial stuff, it's interesting because, and maybe I'll be honest, maybe it's like my own like white person bias. When I see Meursault, that Meursault doesn't register the name of that character, it's I see it just as part of how so many things that are important to normal people just don't matter to Meursault, because what matters to him are completely different things than what usually are considered important for people. So, but that doesn't mean I disagree with that interpretation. And so I was just so focused on how Meursault is a very, very special kind of person, where he for example, in my notes, I compared him a lot to the idea in Zen Buddhism of living in the moment. It really made me think a lot of that. And in a way where anything that will be superfluous to him, it's just not important. It doesn't show up in the book. And there are many other things that don't show up in the book. But I do think that the interpretation as a colonial critique is fair as well, and it's kind of a French literary tradition to ever since Zola to have the books be portrayals of snapshots of society in a specific situation that can also denounce unfairness and injustice. So,
but there was
In
no
French
injustice
history,
here. Was there injustice here?
Well, there is. If we want to go technical, there definitely is injustice in the. I forgot the name of his neighbor, but the neighbor who manipulates Meursault to and that woman to like then beat her. Yeah. I think even like, and it's obvious in how, for example, Marie reacts to what happens when she witnesses him being there. Like even in those times, that was still really vicious what he's doing.
Yeah, but I meant more like colonial injustice. Like if it was a critique on colonial injustice, wouldn't he like have gotten away with it? Been too obvious, or I don't know.
Yeah, that's true. Oh yeah, neighbor's name is Raymond. Well, and also there's no, I don't know, the scope of the story isn't very societal. It's so individual. It's you're like you said, you're inside Meursault's head. Yeah, I guess it isn't really a snapshot of society either. But I don't know. What do you think, Andrew?
Yeah, this also happens because of the narration style, which we previously discussed, like the first-person narration that helps you get inside the Meursault's head.
Yeah.
I very much think it's a book about colonial injustice, but it's also about absurdism. Like, let's be honest.
Yeah, that's more what I felt reading it.
People also have this opinion about Meursault that he's nihilistic in his views, but he's definitely not. Like, it's kind of an incarnation of Camus' idea of absurdism, I would say so.
Yeah, because he obviously enjoys some activities and wants to do stuff. Like
I 100% agree. Yeah, I've heard this idea as well, that it's a book about nihilism, but he's absolutely not nihilistic. There are things that are very important to him in life. The pleasure he takes in swimming, in kissing Marie, and in going to the cinema. It's all those small things that are what's important to him in life, and he's absolutely not nihilistic about them.
Exactly. But people also have this kind of perception with Nietzsche. Also, like they call him a nihilist, but he's not. So
what, Nietzsche nihilist? It's like the opposite.
Yeah. Well, actually, that kind of speaking of Nietzsche, that is something. I guess we can like jump from place to place, but that is something also I found very interesting about Meursault. In many ways, I find him amoral in a very like ideal Nietzschean way. Not immoral, but amoral. He just doesn't have a sense of morality, where he witnesses Raymond do really fucked up stuff, and he's like, well, you know, Raymond wants to be my friend. Let's be friends. And then
I find it really weird.
What?
I find it really weird too, or not.
It is weird, but it is weird because how often do you really meet someone who just has no sense of morality, who just simply lives from moment to moment and acts acts on their impulses? Well, maybe not impulses,
like
but
Nietzschean or Stoicism. I don't know.
Well, it makes me think of Nietzsche in a like Nietzsche literally wrote a book Beyond Good and Evil. To me, in a way, Meursault is kind of beyond good and evil. He lives in a pure moment to moment like action reaction paradigm. Sorry, I cut you off.
Yeah, I definitely agree, but more in a hedonistic way, right? Like pleasure.
Yeah.
He only thinks about pleasure.
And Nietzsche was not hedonistic.
Yeah, exactly.
That's true, but since Nietzsche's idea was to go beyond beyond good and evil to access your will to power, I honestly see Meursault's desires, as hedonistic as they may be, as his own personal will to power, his own personal idea of what it means to live.
Basically a reinterpretation of what Nietzsche said.
Yeah.
Sounds kind of postmodern.
Yeah, it is. It is postmodern.
Yeah, I like that idea.
I was kind of reading the whole thing, like doing some amateur psychoanalysis of it. I was like, yeah, this guy, why he just doesn't seem to understand people.
That's
I don't
true.
know, like when Marie asks him, like, do you want to marry me? And he's like, yeah, if you want to. That's like kind of like he doesn't understand what the question means, besides just like, or what it means to her, or just to a normal person. He's not even refusing, like fighting against the societal meaning of marriage. He doesn't understand what it means.
Yeah, he feels almost alien in his understandings and reactions.
Yeah,
when
and
it
I was
comes to
like
that.
looking it up. Like apparently he's based on a friend of Camus called Galindo.
Mhm.
And that's pretty interesting.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I was
Oh, no, go
also
ahead.
quite curious. Did you read the Camus version or the Gilbert's translation, or did you read both?
Well, I didn't read the Gilbert. I read Matthew Ward's translation.
That's the newer one, right?
Yeah, which
Yeah.
keeps some of which, as the translators know, that's actually pretty interesting. Where he talks about how this was a very, for French literature, it was very novel,
Mhm.
a novel.
Yeah.
In trying to do like what Andrew said about Ernest Hemingway's style in French, like the short, simple sentences, I guess.
Mhm.
Yeah, and that was pretty interesting. So it's not the older one that didn't keep that style of writing.
Yeah, in full I only read the French, the original French, but I did go a little bit through the newer translation. just to see. I read the same preface in translator's notes, and looked a little bit through it just to see what happened, what was in it.
Yeah, there's also French critic who reviewed Gilbert's translation for the New Republic. He was the most adept of all the American critics at at reconciling the Albert Camus. This Choromont, it was an American critic. I'm sorry, it wasn't a French critic. So this critic said he began his review much as Camus began the human crisis, speaking in the we about the shared experience of their generation. For him, there was a deep connection between Meursault's refusal to lie and Camus' honesty, which gave The Stranger an ethical force that differentiated it from any of the American novels to which it was compared at that time.
I agree with as much as we talked like about the amorality. I do agree that Meursault is honest, and in fact, in some ways, there's this contrast where he's more honest than he's too honest. That's maybe why he's so alien. He's so honest that he cannot exist in he cannot understand the rules of society. And I want to like say it kind of as a meme earlier when you were talking about that. It's almost like the 4chan definition of autism.
Yeah, that's what I was, and I looked that up.
Yeah,
like there's psychoanalysis of the book, literature psychoanalysis, but there's, if you look for like book and then autism or whatever, you can find everything on every book, I guess.
Yeah.
Camus also.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry. You can continue.
No, I was just gonna say, like, it's like a very specific form of honesty where you take things very literally. They talked about the marriage, but before that, she asks him if he loves her, and he's like, "No, I don't love you. I just like spending time with you, but I don't love you." It's like
the way he reacts to his mom's death.
Yes, as well. Sorry, what we were
I
gonna
wanted
say.
to say about Camus something. It was a quote, I searched it online. He basically wrote about Meursault. I see something positive about him, and that is his refusal unto death to lie. Lying is not only saying what isn't true, it is also accepting to say more than one knows, mostly to conform to society. Meursault is not on the side of the judges, the laws of society, conventional feelings. He exists like a stone, or the wind, or the sea under the sun, and those things never lie. But Meursault was not just a stone, or the wind, or the sea. He was Camus' negative truth. In the existential climate of the post-war era, he was taking a more positive sheen, his awkwardness giving way to heroic candor.
I see.
I definitely agree. There is something as much as like morally he does weird things. There is something heroic to it too. The way he ends up facing the injustice of the court trial, and he stays true to himself throughout any and all pressure that society can exert on him.
Yeah, but I don't know if he stays true all the way, because at some point he says he has never any remorse, and then later on at the end he's like, then I blame myself every time for not having paid enough attention to accounts of executions. A man should always take an interest in those things. You never know what might happen. Yeah, so it's like, that's remorse, right? That's remorse of your philosophy to not pay attention to those things, I would say.
A little bit, but to me it's kind of like it's almost a tongue in cheek at that point. Or well, it's I mean, he's being serious, but it's like once again it's the expectation of society is subverted. He's not expressing remorse at his crime or at the injustice. He's expressing remorse at not having paid enough attention to death.
At his own at his own actions, like that he didn't do stuff during his life.
Well, because I would need to look up, but if I recall correctly, around that specific quote you said, doesn't he talk about the importance of death? And I could be in pain and like breathing, like spitting my lungs out. Oh, maybe it's in another part.
I'm looking.
Maybe if you still have it, that would be great. To discuss that.
It's like at the beginning of chapter 5 of part 2, what I'm referring to.
Okay, chapter 5 of part 2. It's also, on the one hand, it's just like very pragmatic. It's I've wondered if there have ever been any instances of condemned men escaping the relentless machinery, disappearing before the execution, or breaking through the cordon of police. He just wants to live, right? He just is wondering if he'd paid attention to those papers, if he could have escaped from his execution.
Okay. But what is that not remorse?
Remorse is usually tied to crime. Isn't that just regret?
I guess. Yeah.
Because like I'm not sure, but to me, remorse has a bit of a meaning.
Remorse is a distressing emotion experienced by an individual who regrets actions which they have done in the past that they deem shameful, hurtful, or wrong.
Yeah, like there's no shame in it. It's a regret. He wishes he'd done, but it's not a shameful action. Is it?
Okay. No. Yeah.
There is no moral or ethical weight to him thinking like, oh shit, if I'd paid attention, I could have escaped from my execution.
Well, unless your morals are like you want to exist.
Yeah, that's true.
You have done stuff which prevents your existence.
Yeah, actually, you're right, because that kind of is what matters to him, especially in that moment.
Yeah.
Not morally, no, can't wait.
Yeah, but that are his morals. His existence are his morals.
Or at least it's the most important thing.
To him, yeah.
Yeah.
I also like about this book, about Camus in general, the fact that he refuses his existentialist label. He basically hopped.
He refuses absurdist label.
From what I know, he refused his existential label, and he was basically the whole of his life he was labeled as an existentialist, even though he wasn't. He couldn't escape that label.
Oh yeah.
He basically tried to distance from the close-knit Sartre clan, but his claim was also sincere. He and Sartre had a completely different sense of the absurd and a different notion of human potential. Man for Camus was his own end, and man, as he put it in the myth of Sisyphus, secret the inhuman. He considered that book anti-existential. For Sartre, what mattered was consciousness, people getting along or not getting along with one another. Whereas for Camus, what mattered was the insignificance of man against the world, the inanimate essence of things. This difference was clearest in the style and themes of their novels. For example, Nausea of Camus, with its dread of the other, the universe of the stranger, in its tender indifference to man. This basically distinctions between the work of Camus and Sartre were erased by the demands of publicity and by the excitement over the latest intellectual fashion. So there are very much difference between Camus and Sartre. Even though people perceived him as an existentialist, he really wasn't. And he tried to.
I've not read Sartre yet.
I also recall from like French literature class, learning that Sartre and Camus, on a personal level, hated each other, or at least argued a lot.
Yeah.
But it turned. I found the quote I was thinking of. So it's not explicitly. It's a couple pages later. He recalls the story Maman used to tell him about his father. I never knew him. Maybe the only thing I did know about the man was the story Maman would tell me back then. He'd gone to watch a murder be executed. Just the thought of going had made him sick to his stomach. But he went anyway, and when he came back, he spent half the morning throwing up. I remember feeling a little disgusted by him at the time. But now I understood. It was perfectly normal. How had I not seen that there was nothing more important than an execution, and that when you come right down to it, it was the only thing a man could truly be interested in? Like the sentence, even though it's obviously also the context of him being in a life situation where his execution is the only thing that matters to him, and maybe that's all that Camus is saying there. I find the sentence really powerful in that there's nothing more important than an execution, and that it's the only thing a man could truly be interested in. The way it's phrased, it's. Do you think it's really just because of the situation Meursault is in, or is this a statement about the importance of death to your existence?
I don't know. It's a hard one, but I also think I don't know. Do I have the energy to analyze that now? I don't think I can. Sorry.
Okay, no, that's fine.
Wait,
Yeah,
Andre. By the way, where are you from?
I'm from Romania,
Oh, okay.
pretty close to Ukraine. We have borders with Ukraine, so
Yeah.
There's a country in between, right?
there's Moldova, but we have direct border with Ukraine. Um, Basically, there's a few kilometers between Romania and Odessa, let's say.
Okay, but don't forget Transnistria.
Yeah, but Transnistria it's basically in Moldova, so it's not close to Romania.
It's basically a Russia, right?
Yeah, it's a Russian enclave
Yeah.
situated in Moldova.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry for going.
That's
off
fine.
the rails.
I think it's very difficult to come at peace with the fact that one day you are not going to exist anymore. But I think this happens because of our ego taking over um of this thing. Like is very difficult for our ego to imagine this, basically the in existence.
That's true. Though, then that kind of counters, because in a way, to me, like earlier I talked about Zen Buddhism. In a way, to me, Meursault is basically almost a Buddha. He lives. He does have desires, but they're stripped down to living in the present moment. But he's also not he's not a pure Buddha, because he still has desires, and like you said, he still has an ego. He still cares about his own existence, as much as he's capable of accepting. He's capable of accepting, for example, the how the judges and and like all those people are trying to get him to die, and all he has to say is like, oh, they were very nice to me. He just accepts the situation as it is, but once he's facing his own death, he can no longer accept it. So I guess that's like the limit of his just from like a Zen perspective of his enlightenment. That becomes unacceptable, and the ego resurfaces.
Yeah, that also
Wait.
could.
So what if he didn't face any consequences for like killing the guy?
Oh, then he would go back to his life, wouldn't he?
But then he's like a Buddha who killed the guy.
Yeah.
Huh.
Well, look, the sun was shining in his eyes.
Yeah,
he said
that's
it
true.
himself. It's it was a very, very warm day. Okay, gotta understand him.
Yeah, to Camus, it was absurd not only that life was finite, but also that humans were meaningless before the physical form. He was determined that his first important artistic creation be born out of these simple truths, basically. And this is where this book came from.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. I guess that's where comes this feeling of him living in the present moment. It's all those simple truths.
Yeah.
Like, even like now we made fun of him of his defense, which literally is in the court when they ask him why he shot I think it's when they ask him why he shot 4 more times after the first shot that killed the man. It's like, well, the sun was shining in my eyes and it was very, very hot. But it's because he's someone who just lives in those simple truths. It was the same when he defended him feeling bad during, like, feeling sick during his mother's funeral. It was a very warm day, and like that's all he remembers. It was a very painful walk to the graveyard.
Yeah, but
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
At some level, I also think it's kind of himself rationalizing. Like, yeah, it was what did he call the day again? Like the day of his mother's funeral. It was a bad day. The sun.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of rationalizing why he feels bad, because it can't be because his mother died. It has to be because some external affections affected him.
He doesn't feel remorse towards the death of his mother.
Well, that's what he tells us. But then, yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's fair to question him too. Like we can have two interpretations. One of this like pure, or nearly pure, living in the moment, amoral, candid human being. But maybe since we are in his head, maybe he is lying to himself. I think that's a fair question.
Like, but then you go into like, is the narrator reliable?
Yeah.
And most analysis of this book presumes he is.
Yeah, exactly.
But if you think like maybe he's not reliable, then on the one hand it opens up a lot of possibilities for interpretation, but on the other hand it renders it meaningless, maybe.
Yeah, well, I wonder. Yeah, I wonder what would be the meaning if of all that happens if he's no longer what he's portraying himself to be. Maybe he's just a human being who's trying to.
Yeah, but human beings are. I think human beings are always like unreliable narrators.
Yeah. Yeah, they are.
So if you write a book, from a first person perspective, you kind of have to write the rationalizations into it, maybe, or if you want to do that.
So I don't think necessarily.
Yeah, I don't think that's not
that's Camus' intention. Yeah.
No, I don't think so either.
It's an interesting angle to look at to look through at the events of the book. And and maybe you could find maybe we could like
I
find
mean,
a
not
coherent
unreliable in like the events that happen, but
yeah
unreliable in his
in his
self-analysis.
feelings. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
I find that really interesting, but I'm pretty sure that was not Camus' intention. That he, if anything, Meursault is not supposed to be a normal human being at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely not his intention, but this is the beauty of philosophy and literature because it opens up possibilities of interpreting the message in different ways.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
There was a criticism about Camus' novel since
Mhm.
its publication. Um, it has turned around the nameless, voiceless Arab shot by Meursault on a beach in colonial Algeria. Edward said, remarked succinctly in an essay that would become one of the founding texts of post-colonial studies. The Arabs of the stranger are nameless beings used as background for the portentous metaphysics explored by Camus.
Yeah,
True.
I guess definitely on a meta level. Yeah, and that's the reality of a French of a French writer. For like, I think Camus had some Algerian family too, but he was like a French Algerian. And yeah, like a Frenchman writing a story in Algeria. That is I agree with that assessment. Yeah.
And it also influenced the Nouvelle Vague, the
Mhm.
French New Wave also. You have Godard who made the Le Petit Soldat, which is
Yes.
about the same thing, like the Algerian War, and basically it kind of got inspired a lot from The Stranger, I believe so.
Hmm. I hadn't thought of that, but I agree. I actually watched Le Petit Soldat 2 years ago, and I really really liked it. But I hadn't realized, but the main character in Le Petit Soldat actually is does share a lot with Meursault. Even the story is kind of similar, where um, in the sense that it's centered around the kind of a love story, but then a bunch of people end up dying. So and the love story doesn't. They just get caught up in the events of the society around them and eaten up by them. But he, if I recall correctly, he does have a bit not nowhere near as far as Meursault, but the main character in the Petit Soldat does have a bit of that uh, candor that Meursault has, where like he's supposed to be a spy, but he also has some has like strong principles centered around the protecting the few people he cares about around him. I guess he's not at all as immoral as Meursault, but
Yeah, there was also talking about films. There was also Visconti who tried to do an adaptation of The Stranger. He was drawn to The Stranger because he believed Camus had anticipated by a quarter century the youthful rebellion of the 1960s by creating in Meursault's character who refuses to lie, a hereby rejects society's hereby he rejects society's hypocrisy, and also Visconti in his previous films, he had shown that he was the master of fading civilizations, temperamentally suited to depict the twilight years of French Algeria. For those reasons, there were great expectations of what he would do with the novel. Uh, yeah, and Visconti basically began working on an adaptation of The Stranger a year after Algeria won its independence from France.
hmm,
He wanted to bring Camus' story into a present day history where Meursault would represent the terror of the Pied Noir.
interesting. Yeah,
Uh,
I imagine
it
that would have
was,
been a very anti-colonial interpretation given the historical
yeah,
context.
the Frenchman in Algeria about to lose the land that doesn't belong to him.
Yeah, that would be interesting. But you say the movie never got done.
No, it got released, but it wasn't that well received. There were a lot of critics about this film, and it's not considered a great one. It's not considered a great adaptation, even though Visconti is a really great filmmaker.
Okay. Do you think the critiques were because of people not ready to accept such an anti-colonial critique, or was it actually because the movie was bad? Did you check it out, or?
I didn't read that much about him, and I didn't read that much about this film, but it could be the fact that it was just bad. You know, it just was
Yeah,
just a bad adaptation of the film
yeah, for
of
sure.
the book. Sorry.
Hmm.
Alright.
I also read an interesting idea that because I like for me reading the book, Marceau really had this amoral aspect to him. And even if we go into like an anti-colonial reading, then it would become he would become actually a very immoral character, oppressing the Algerians. But I had stumbled upon someone interpreting him actually as a moral character, as a character who simply upholds the morals of well, kind of like what we were saying earlier, that his morals are simply centered around his own existence and the things that matter that matter to him, but not even in an individualist way, but rather in the way that well, I would say it's an individualist way, but the article I was reading, the person was trying to argue that he actually had almost a universal moral aspect by only by caring about the, like you said earlier, the simple things in life that are common to all people.
I don't know. It could be that.
Yeah. Also, there, as far as the Zen stuff goes, there was this quote I stumbled upon that kind of represents the like what there is in common between Zen philosophy and the way Marceau seems to look at the world. When I was young and knew nothing, a tree was simply a tree, a mountain simply a mountain, and a lake simply a lake. When I had studied and learned some, a tree was much more than a tree, a mountain much more than a mountain, and a lake much more than a lake. When I became enlightened, a tree was once again just a tree, a mountain just a mountain, and a lake just a lake.
Can you hear me again?
Yes.
Yes,
Oh,
we
you were
can
trying to
hear.
talk? Sorry. Yeah, we didn't hear you for.
No, I wasn't. I wasn't trying to talk. I was just
Okay.
I disconnected my laptop and now
Okay.
connected again. Yeah, that's a direct reference to like ontology and his reaction of who was it? Descartes.
Mhm.
I think, right? Do you know what I'm referring to? Like how in I don't know enough about this to explain, but I'm not an expert myself in this, so it's hard to explain. And I've never talked about it with anyone. So I don't know, like the definition of a tree. I think Descartes mentions that, and then who else was it? Oh yeah, and then you have the postmodern philosophers that react to that definition. You should, but do you know what I'm talking about? When
When
I,
he proved the existence of his person,
what I'm talking about,
that's
the
where you are referring to. The definition of a tree, you said?
yeah, how people
Ah.
define a thing, how how do you define existence, and then because I literally just modern philosophy. I'm just
Sorry, you
looking
cut
it up.
off.
No, I'm just looking it up right now.
Okay, but I see what you mean when you say that it's related to ontology.
Yeah,
But
because they directly reference how do you define a tree.
Yeah.
Like that's what he is talking about now. About
My
that
advanced intelligence can be used like an
he-
octopus
his
to
reaction
suffocate
of
and pull
the-
apart my enemy's arguments.
well, what you say? Complicated, convoluted definitions of being,
yeah.
which is
What I
interesting.
find funny about Descartes is the fact that he proved the existence of his being, but not the existence of other beings.
I could
basically.
masturbate, and I could be in pain
That's
and
where
like
his
breathing, like
philosophy
spitting
falls
my
off, sure.
lungs out. I had never thought of it that way, but yeah, I guess Descartes is a solipsist. He's the only one that exists.
I'm just seeing if I can find the video.
But I guess in this idea of what kind of ontology do to like bring it back to the stranger, then yeah, in my opinion, Meursault represents the an ontology of simple existence, of trying to see things as they are without any additional lies or flaws.
Yeah, or in its relation to other things. Like Foucault said, you could only define a tree by what is not a tree. And I think you could say he would say that.
Yeah.
Like, so a tree can't exist in itself because there's no other thing, you know?
So where do we stand with this Meursault character? Like, does he exemplify the human
Oh
condition?
no, it's Spinoza.
That's Spinoza.
And
Wasn't
Deleuze was like
guy who talked about that tree, like about the roots and metaphysics.
yeah, that too. And then Spinoza later. Let's see before.
But so yeah, that's an interesting question. Like, what would be the ontology of the way Meursault looks at the world? Would a tree in isolation still be a tree with nothing to compare it to?
Yeah.
I think yes, yeah, or rather, I think that
like
his way of appreciating reality, of taking things just as they are, as they come, means that he would take the tree as it is and nothing more, nothing less, right? I'm sorry, I cut you off.
Yeah, and I don't even think he would like discuss this. Like, I think he would just say, yeah, that's a tree, and then explain why, and then no.
Well,
You know?
yeah, or not even explain. He would just accept it as it is.
No, I mean, like, someone asks him, explain, and then
Oh, yeah.
someone else is like, no, and then he's like,
Yeah. No, and then he does the Chad meme and walks away.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see him do that.
Yeah. So we spoke a bit of whether there's a colonial or anti-colonial theme to the story, to the book, but is there also another theme about injustice where it's the individual fight, where it's a liminal individual, a marginal individual that is incapable of finding is rejected by society. Because for example, when Meursault is being judged for how he behaved at his mother's funeral, for smoking or drinking a coffee at the wake, all those minute things that don't mean anything. Like we're clearly within Camus' absurdism, and the absurd that he chooses to show us is the absurd of social constructs, basically, of morality. Isn't he trying to show us that society is something that is extremely oppressive to if an individual frees themselves from the social constructs?
Yeah, I would agree with that. But
Yeah, Camus also talked about this in other of his works, if I'm not wrong. Like the pressure of society on one's individual.
Do
And
you remember
just
which works?
yeah.
I've only read the Strangers, so I won't be familiar with them. But
I'm not quite sure. I just saw a quote, but I don't know the book or anything for
okay.
that matter.
Oh hey, I pulled up. I totally missed that earlier. I pulled up Camus earlier to check some stuff in his biography. He actually served. He joined the French Resistance. Actually, he somehow got published through the Nazi censorship, but he was part of the resistance, working
That's
for
funny.
an outlawed newspaper. It's pretty based.
Yep. Oh, I post the video I recently watched on that Ontology thing in videos channel.
Okay.
Oh.
Also, what I find quite interesting is this question, like, why in the end does he want people to gather at his execution, like Meursault execution, and greet him with cries of hatred? Yeah, that's
Oh yeah,
a
that's a good
really
question.
important question, which kind of defines the character.
Why do you think he wants that?
F- I don't know. I think it's more of an ego thing, in my opinion.
Mhm.
Like it's result of what we talked earlier about society. Maybe he's just angry at how society treated him in the end.
Mm. I would agree. Yeah. It almost feels like he. It almost feels like. I, it almost feels like he's giving up to nihilism, right? Before that he says, I opened myself to the gentle indifference of the world, finding it so much like myself, so like a brother, really. I felt that I had been happy and that I was happy again, for everything to be consummated, for me to feel less alone. Well, actually, no, sorry, that's not nihilism. That's almost a final form of acceptance. He knows that people will hate. Actually, sorry, scrap that completely. Yeah, he finally finds acceptance of death. Actually, he knows that people will hate him, and he finds peace and contentment in whatever will happen, even the worst. The worst thing that people will spit on the memory of his death, and that he'll disappear from the face of the world. Maybe it's him actually abandoning the ego he had in the face of his execution.
Yeah, so it can be stoicism, right?
Yeah. But I also I don't know which one it is necessarily, because I agree with your interpretation as well, that it's you can definitely read it as him being rather than accepting his death, for kind of like the expression that there's no such thing as bad publicity. Like at least he doesn't die in indifference. If people hate him, then he still exists in their minds. Whereas if no one came to his execution, then he would actually truly die, and in that case it would be an ego thing.
Also true.
But I don't know, the fact that he talks about I felt that I had been happy and that I was happy again, and like earlier we looked at the start of his when he's sentenced to death, when he's in the in prison awaiting it, how he does succumb to his attachment to his own existence. Maybe that's the moment where he's no longer happy. He was happy. He was happy even during the trial. Like he found everyone to be very polite. He liked the fact that everyone was interested in his life, though he thought it weird that no one cared about his own opinion. And he felt, he seemed intrigued by everything that was happening, but not particularly distressed until the reality of the execution hit him. And I don't know, I think that just because of that, I prefer the idea, the interpreting it as him actually finding peace in his death.
Yeah, it depends on your personality, basically, like your idea of life as a reader, right, of this book.
Yeah.
Like it's
Yeah.
Camus leaves this to your own interpretation.
Yes, but I don't know. Like this before that sentence about the had been happy and happy again, he also says that he for the first time in a long time, I thought about Maman. I felt as if I understood why at the end of her life she had taken a fiancé, why she had played at beginning again. Even there, in that home where lives were fading out, evening was a kind of wistful respite. So close to death, Maman must have felt free then, and ready to live it all again. Nobody had the right to cry over her, and I felt ready to live it all again too. As if that blind rage had washed me clean, rid me of hope. For the first time, in that night alive with signs and stars, I opened myself to the gentle indifference of the world. The way he talks about his emotions, rage, washing him away from hope. It's like he's transcended those puny emotions. He's transcended the rage at his powerlessness, at his death. He's transcended the hope of being freed, of escaping. Like earlier, where we saw where he wished he followed more executions. He finally accepts what's happening to him.
So it's no longer the ego who speaks.
I think so. Like rereading the passage, it feels like it feels like he's it feels like he's abandoning attachment to himself rather than a paroxysm of that attachment. to me at least.
Yeah, I can definitely agree with that one.
It's also interesting that this happens. Yeah, this happens right after the confrontation with the chaplain. What did you guys think about that? Because there isn't much talk of religion, except in that passage. But that passage
I
is
was kind of
very
weirded
important.
out.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like, chaplain, you were talking to chaplain. Why were you talking to a chaplain?
Well, he's forced. I mean, like he wakes up and like the chaplain comes into his cell and forces the conversation on him.
Yeah, but he
Why
says
do-
that in other days, like this day, he's not going to, right?
Yeah.
So why did he not do that on other days?
I don't remember. I
Yeah,
thought he like
he
woke
doesn't-
up and the chaplain was already there, but
Yeah, but that's the third day.
yeah.
Right. So why can he refuse this day and not the other 2 days? Why didn't he refuse the other 2 days? Yeah, so that was
I don't think
it
he
felt
had
confused.
much of a choice there.
Yeah, but why can he refuse this day?
Rereading the passage, the chaplain basically forces the conversation on him.
Yeah, and he basically tries to convince him to become a Christian, right,
Yeah.
in his last moments.
And maybe to be fair, just from a storytelling literary perspective, Camus needs this climax of the confrontation between
Exactly.
Meursault and the chaplain. Exactly. So afterwards, the rage, when Meursault yells at the chaplain, denies the existence of God, of this unfair God, of this religion, that he's finally free of his attachments. Like, he needs that character development as well.
Yeah, and he also needs to bring up God to these questions because absurdism is based on this mere fact, right? Like
Yeah.
the inexistence of God or the fact that we don't know if God exists or not.
Yeah, and if there is a god, then it's an absurd god, anyways.
Yeah.
It's not a god you can pray to for understanding
Yeah.
or anything.
It's kind of critique on.
But why would you deny the existence? You can also, yeah, the existence of the Christian God you could then deny, but then you wouldn't deny the existence of an absurd God, right?
Well, probably not, but I don't know if there is. He lived in a I don't want to say Christian society because it's in Algeria, but French society was a Christian society.
His society was Christian.
So I think that's just the context here. Maybe if Camus had grown up in a different society, he would have told a similar story, but with a different religion.
No, I mean like not a religious God, but I don't know, absurd. Like seeing God as the absurd human universe you can't understand. You could.
I don't think this is quite related. Like what he said about religion, like about spirituality, right? It isn't. You cannot limit what Camus says about spirituality to a religion, right? To Christianity
Yes.
or.
I agree with
Like
that.
it's something universal.
No, I'm not saying that.
Yeah, but that's also not what Turn is saying. Yeah. I think the idea of the absurd God, it's in nature. Once the chaplain leaves, he says, I must have fallen asleep because I woke up with the stars in my face. Sounds of the countryside were drifting in. Smells of night, earth, and salt air were cooling my temples. The wondrous peace of that sleeping summer flowed through me like a tide. And it's the world. And he even mentions it after, the gentle indifference of the world.
Yeah, okay.
Maybe that is the absurdist god then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do I have anything else? Let's see. I made like notes on interesting pages. Well, not notes. I just
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm looking for the quote. You guys can talk while I'm looking for it.
Okay. Then I have a question. Do you think Meursault could do you think we kind of maybe answered that earlier, but when we talk about whether Meursault is actually a human being or not, do you think he could someone like that could actually exist?
Person like Meursault,
Yeah.
like with that kind of personality, and
Yeah.
well, I definitely think it exists right now. Like even today, I I don't think much changed since then. And I think society also creates that kind of person, like the Meursault kind of person. So I definitely think it's a possibility. It's it could exist.
How
I
does
think
society create? Oh, sorry, I didn't want to cut you off. Go ahead.
I think a person like this could exist, but in writing something in only in their own telling, on and they would be a like they wouldn't exist as the story was written, but they would pretend to. If you know what?
Yeah, I understand that. Well, that goes back to what you were saying about
Yeah,
this
yeah,
psychology of Meursault, that you can also see him as an unreliable narrator.
Yeah, but yeah.
I,
People
I'm,
would
I'm,
write about themselves like, oh, this stoic guy
Hmm.
going through life, but then leave out like a lot of shit about themselves, but not even consciously, so
Yeah.
unconsciously leave it out.
I could see that happening too.
Like the instabilities, like, yeah. Like, I don't think a person like this could exist all the time, but it could be made out of snapshots of a person's life.
Yeah, I'm intrigued by what you said, Andrew. That the society in fact creates those kinds of people. What do you mean by that?
I think at the basis of what I said is probably like the indifference of society uh, to a individual, basically, and from that, I think from there, this kind of person is created, right? Like that's what it could be. I think so. Is basically the indifference that leads to this kind
Mhm.
of person. And the
What
mere
kind of
fact that
society?
society doesn't care about anything, right? The superficiality of society and so on.
Yeah, it's just there's also this balance where society pressures us to behave
In a
not to
certain
be
way.
Meursault, right?
Yeah, exactly. In
So
a certain way.
it would take someone either in some way like traumatized or marginalized by society in the first place to be able to evolve that way, or with a very particular personality and upbringing where they can emancipate themselves from that pressure.
Yeah, I think this is a valid argument.
But then,
Definitely
but
like
they
that.
definitely could exist, yeah, in that way. And maybe in fact, just the same as the way as there's action and reaction, that pressure existing means that as a reaction, it will form people who it will marginalize people, and those people will tend to try to view the world as the way Marceau does, to adapt to it in their own way.
Yeah, and this is why the book is still relevant, even today, because like it treats themes that are still prevalent in society.
Do you think Marceau is perhaps dishonest when I agree that he is honest, like towards the ideas he has within himself, but when he tells Marie that he doesn't love her, but then he says that he likes spending time with her. I remember when I first read this as a I think I was a young adult or like older teenager. Anyways, I remember it had me thinking about what does it mean to tell someone that you love them. And I kind of ended up taking the opposite approach, where I was like, well, actually, if I like spending time with someone, why do I need to espouse this social construct of everything that love is supposed to be? Isn't just enjoying the time with someone love already? Couldn't Meursault, and obviously maybe Meursault understands that that's not what she means by love. She means all the social stuff that's added on top of it.
Yeah, but in other point, he doesn't understand all the social stuff.
Yeah,
so.
exactly. So like, shouldn't he actually say that he loves her simply because he in a very naive way he does love her, actually. He as much
Yeah,
as he loves anyone.
also love isn't only about this social construct is. It's also about altruistic stuff, like uh, being able to sacrifice yourself for that person well-being. And maybe I'm looking at this in a more platonic way, but this is what love is supposed to be, not a hedonistic
Yeah.
act.
Does he at any point do something for someone else?
Only for Raymond. He helps. He writes the
Yeah,
letter
he
for
helps
him.
Raymond.
Of all people, he helps Raymond.
That says something, right?
Yeah, he is as much as in many ways, like I really admire him. I genuinely admire Marceau. Maybe he's one of those characters like the Tyler Durden, where it's like you can admire certain aspects of him, but he's not an example to follow. He's actually a really fucked up character.
Yeah, but then how can you write this to espouse your philosophy of thinking like this person? If you write him like as a guy who never does anything for anyone except Raymond, the guy who beats women.
Well, because he actually does. It depends on what you mean by altruism. He what he does for Raymond, he does without expecting anything back from him. But I think you could, even though romantic relationships, there is a give and take. Even with Marie, what is it? He just starts talking to her when he meets her at the pool, and invites her to go see a movie and to dinner. The way he describes it, at least, it doesn't feel like there is an expectation. It's just a continuation of the present moment. So I don't know.
Well,
Maybe
he does expect he has expectations of her. Well, he doesn't explicitly expect anything. Yeah.
Yeah. It depends how reliable you consider him to be. But if you consider him to be reliable and to actually espouse those ideals, then he just exists. He just exists with like when he offers her going to the cinema, and that's also an altruistic act. If you actually buy into his worldview.
Yeah, but I don't see if that's something altruistic.
Or what about? Well, I guess that's helping Raymond again. But what about
But it's
taking
helping himself.
taking the gun from Raymond so he can help protect him if he gets attacked?
Yeah, but
Yeah, I know that's.
And so he has a gun. So he
And
also
then he has a gun.
protecting
Yeah.
his gun. He's also protecting himself, right? Like I can't at any
figure out.
I can't see this. I can't see him as a good person, or how the book actually portrays this philosophy as something good. Like I think I almost feel like it misses the point, its own point.
I would argue that it does that on purpose. It's the like I see Marceau as an amoral character, and I see the philosophy that of his life as an amoral philosophy. It is one of almost monk-like passivity, but not really, because he is an actor. He does actually pursue his desires, but once again, he like has very few desires. The few desires he has are simply true to his body. He likes eating. He likes sex. He likes swimming. He likes lying in the sun. He likes looking at the crowds from his window balcony, smoking cigarettes.
Yeah, but that's
Yeah.
the point. It doesn't try to put this philosophy in a good light.
I guess it doesn't, but because the philosophy itself doesn't have
But doesn't he
or
personify
good or evil.
Doesn't he personify Camus' philosophy?
Yeah, but if that philosophy doesn't have a good or a evil, then perhaps that's the right way to portray it, or at least not good
Yeah,
or
but
evil.
I mean, even in I I don't know. Even in an egotistical sense, it's not good for Mosso.
Well, yeah, he ends up being executed.
Yeah.
Mm. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe the way you put it, I like several ideas come to mind. On the one hand, maybe it is it is the philosophy that Camus espouses, but that you have to accept that you're going to be at odds with society. If we go back to like that interpretation, that you're going to have to be at odds with society until society finally rejects you and chews you up and throws you out.
Yeah, or like might not because it's chaotic or whatever.
Yeah.
But you're not guaranteed anything, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You're not guaranteed anything, and if anything, you just have to learn to accept the indifference of the world.
Mm-hmm.
There's that quote when Merceau replies to the chaplain, right? When he tells him that he knows what's death, and the chaplain doesn't know because he's a Christian. So he's certain about death and life, but the chaplain is not certain about death because of his convictions of religion, which also emphasize the absurdist philosophy, the absurd philosophy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wanna pull up the quote. What on which is it in which edition is it?
I read the translation, the first translation.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so maybe it will not be the same page.
But you're at the yeah. First thought
The
you read the
Gilbert
French one.
version.
Oh yeah,
How's that?
I read the French one, but I have the
Yeah,
English
I know
one
you. Yeah, I
in
knew.
front of me. Yeah.
But wait, Matt? Do you have the which edition English?
Oh, I read the French one, but which English edition I have in front of me? The newer one.
The same one as me.
Yeah.
The one with the pretty cover with the
Yes.
stripes. Yeah,
Yes.
it's very cool.
Black, white stripes?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
I like the cover.
Yeah, it looks nice.
Mm. All right. What else?
I found
Oh.
his
Yeah, you
his
wanted to bring up some
ignorance of
stuff.
how the law works. I found that really interesting because he doesn't know then he wanted to know if I hired an attorney. I admitted I hadn't and inquired whether it was really necessary to have one. Why do you ask? He said. I said I thought my case was pretty simple. He smiled and said that's your opinion, but the law is the law if you don't have blah 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 blah. But how what I just thought that was kind of funny.
Yeah, it is one of the funny interactions in the book.
Like it's obviously there's some humor in this. We haven't talked about that.
That's true. Yeah. I
But I also think like Kafka is pretty funny. So
yeah, that's what I was gonna say. It's humor at the absurdity of life, and in this specific case of society.
yeah, but this specific case, it's the absurdity of Mousseau.
Yes. Well, well, yes, it is, but it's also, isn't it also the absurdity of
Is it absurd that you need a lawyer?
if
I also
you
didn't. Yeah.
if you live as this pure being of day-to-day existence the way
Yeah.
Marceau is, then it's society that
Right.
is absurd. It's the idea of having a lawyer that is absurd. Why can't he just say what happened? He already did it a bunch of times. Just judge me on that. Why do I need a lawyer? Why and then it goes into the and the justice system does show itself to be absurd. It's supposed to be a murder case, and yet they spend days and days talking about his mother's funeral. He ends up being judged and executed on the basis of his behavior at his mother's funeral. So in the end,
what point was it? Is that
Mousseau
true?
is justified.
How is this not like premeditated murder still, even whatever happened to his mother? Like he went up to the guy with the gun and shot him. And then he shot him a bunch of more times.
Well, you see, like in Kyle's Rittenhouse case, it's self-defense. No, I'm saying that to like do a dumb meme, but the guy actually does pull a knife on him first.
Yeah, but that's not a defense, right? If you go up to a guy with a gun, I mean, you go into a situation to a guy. Yeah, but that's a written house. If
Well,
you go in,
it's that, and it also goes back to the like the reason why he doesn't turn around, and he says it. He doesn't turn around because he feels sick because of the sun. He goes out at midday, the walk on the beach, like he feels bad because of the heat. He's like close to having a heat stroke, and he knows that there's fresh water behind the rock. And he just wants to get to the fresh water stream and cool himself down and drink some water. So, and that's why he doesn't turn around, if I recall correctly. Which
okay.
isn't a great reason to go up to someone with a gun, but it is the reason. He's not going there to murder him, is what I mean.
Okay, but
Yeah, you
would the
recall
court believe that?
Well, they
Like,
don't. They don't.
yeah,
Yeah.
and yeah, but so
He literally says it was this. The sun was the same as it had been the day I'd buried Maman, and like then my forehead especially was hurting me, all the veins in it throbbing under the skin. It was this burning, which I couldn't stand anymore, that made me move forward. I knew it was stupid, that I wouldn't get the sun off me by stepping forward. But I took a step, one step forward. And this time, without getting up, the Arab drew his knife and held it up to me in the sun. And then other stuff happens, but
it just feels like a psychopath rationalizing their behavior. I don't know when you say it like that, like because that he wants to walk up to the guy with the gun, and he's just afterwards making some absurd stuff up because it sounds absurd, right? Like to a normal person.
So I agree that you can probably characterize him as some kind of psychopath in a like common parlance. He is that alien to how like we would behave and
Yeah.
do things in society, and he cares that little about how he's about social norms, but that doesn't mean it's premeditated. If he's being honest, then it's not at all premeditated. It's just absurd, but that doesn't make it premeditated.
Yeah.
and that's the point. Like we trust what Merceau says, because if it would have been premeditated, it wouldn't have been absurd. It's yeah. So we need to trust. We need to trust Merceau. So like if we don't trust Merceau, the philosophy of absurd doesn't work in this case.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's like, I like that reading more somehow.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting one. Yeah. I wonder. I at some point I'll have to reread it, and I'll be like doubting everything Marceau does or says.
Yeah, just
And-
like think like that
Mm.
what he's saying he thought up like afterwards to rationalize his behavior.
Yeah.
If you read it like that, then I don't know, it's interesting because I don't know.
Well, it completely changes the meaning of the story. But I'm just not sure what the meaning would then be. I would have to reread it with that idea in head.
Well, then you go like intent of the author, is that important?
I agree with what Andrew said earlier when we talked about this, that like intent of the author is like it has its importance, It can like reading about the author and everything can help you understand the book, etc. But at the end of the day, art only exists, or rather, the art only exists in a solipsistic way. Your understanding or interpretation of art is just as valid as anyone else's.
Like, but I also mean,
So
like, what if Camus didn't write it intentionally as a character that rationalizes his behavior post?
yeah, I don't think he did.
But what if it's based? I don't know. What if it's based? No. I'm just speculating here now.
And there's also something funny about art, about art forms in general. Like once an artist released a piece of art, he no longer has control over what happens with it, like how people interpret it and stuff like that. Like,
Yeah,
is no longer in his control. He can't modify it. So
absolutely. He
people
gives
can make,
it up.
yeah, that's why it's an altruistic act. Art in itself is altruistic because you want to leave something behind, right? To influence people. And
I agree. Let's put all books in public domain.
And I'd actually love that.
Wait, you
If,
would?
yeah, I well,
No, you
to
wouldn't.
a lesser extent. Not
Okay.
like all books, but at least, man. Okay, this is a complete non sequitur, but like the fact that like the stranger. Actually, let's hide back the stranger. The stranger, Chemist Stranger in Canada. The time for a book to go into public domain is just 50 years. So actually, in Canada, the stranger is in the public domain, which
Nice.
is good. I like even 50 years is a lot. It's plenty of time for a writer to earn their money and make their writing career. Like that's literally how much time people usually have to be active in their adult life. So
Yeah, but it's interesting how that goes against like French philosophy on intellectual property, like concerning books.
oh, you mean
and
like
copyright?
the property stuff? You mean like property stuff for post revolution?
Yeah, I think so.
wasn't I'm sorry, continue.
No,
Go ahead.
continue.
Wasn't Aaron Schwartz the guy that tried to do just that, like to
Yeah,
leak stuff in the public domain?
but
And
he didn't release anything in the public domain because the public domain is something like copyright is something the state enforces. It's not like whether something is freely available.
yeah,
So he just made like bunch of copyrighted stuff like freely available.
from JSTOR, right?
Yeah, or yeah, from the university
Yeah,
publishing and stuff.
and MIT didn't like that one, I believe so.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and neither did the state.
Yeah, definitely for also for for the stuff like academic publishing. That's it's fucking ridiculous that that it's stuff like that's mostly publicly funded, but it's all controlled by the publishing companies. But they also don't actually own the rights to the articles. And if you just write the researchers, the authors, they'll send you the PDF anyways, even if it's not on archive.org or whatever. It's a very ridiculous situation.
Elsevier, Dutch
Elsevier, yeah. All right, is there anything we missed?
I don't know. When you said autism, there was another part that I noted. about that. The part in the prison where he's looking at the prison and it's like memorizing everything in the prison, in the cell, and categorizing it. And I thought that was characteristic.
Oh, interesting. I hadn't noticed that.
Like his memento mori or something like that.
No, he's in the cell and he's like, I can't find it.
You mean in the sense like almost OCD, like listing everything, or?
Yeah, but characterizing stuff and listing
Oh.
stuff is an like autism Asperger's thing.
Mm.
I can't find it.
I basically talked about all the points I wrote in my analysis, so I don't have any remarks.
Okay. Yeah, I'm looking for Turner's quote as well. There was one note I had that I think we kind of talked about it in different ways throughout the discussion, which was the idea of liminal experiences and existences. And but we talked about it on several levels. So, for example, the fact that that the Arabs, the Algerians are liminal to the story and liminal to the colonial world that Meursault and Camus are part of. The fact that Meursault himself is liminal to society. And so is Raymond. In fact, all the people. I guess we didn't talk about this. In the end, all the people that Meursault ends up having ties to are all in some way marginalized, and they aren't marginalized the same way Meursault is, where in their mind and their understanding of society they're just completely out there, but they're marginalized in that they still have different aspects of themselves where they're marginalized, right? So, for example, Raymond, obviously, there's the whole weird beating women and being he's suspected of being a pimp. The old man
Suspected. That's
well,
a very strong suspicion.
Yeah, very strong suspicion. Yeah. The old man in the building is basically who replaced his wife with his dog. That he also it's also a weird story. He beats the dog. We didn't talk about it. He beats the dog, but then he misses the dog when the dog disappears, and he's super sad. But I say he's also, but to me he's also a marginal person. He's old people that are isolated like that only have their dog to as company. He does seem to be someone who's alone and marginalized in society. Marie may be less. We don't end up really learning much about her, anyways, except that that Meursault likes her smell and her body.
Oh, I found the part. It's page 79.
Mm-hmm.
So I will remember every piece of furniture, and on every piece of furniture, every object, and of every object, all the details, and of all the details themselves, a flake, a crack, or a chipped edge, the color and the texture. At the same time, I would try not to lose the thread of my inventory, to make a complete list, so that after a few weeks I could spend hours just enumerating the things that were in my room. And the more blah, 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 blah.
Yeah. Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, he builds this like mind mind palace of his original apartment or room in prison.
Yeah, but he also he memorized that stuff.
Yeah.
So that's apparent. What does he have? Photographic memory, which apparently doesn't exist. But
yeah, the way it's described, we can
advantage.
We can maybe also go with the unreliable narrator, that maybe he's making
he's
up
just
details.
boasting.
He's what? Sorry.
He's boasting. Like he's boasting about like his mental ability now, and I'm just
I,
kind of
okay, yeah, you're
I'm
memeing.
memeing.
Okay. Yeah, I was like, wait, no, that's not.
But I always like seeing books as written by the character that like the words are from.
Hmm.
So I don't know. Like I would write a book that way. If I would write a book, I would write it as the character that, like if it's a first person, I would write it as the first person character, not as the author writing the first person character. So I would build in that human unreliability, and human tend to unconsciously boast about like abilities.
Yeah. Or on the contrary, you have like imposter syndrome. Can go both ways, but yeah.
Yeah, but maybe both at the same time.
Yeah.
And then not even have those things be uh consistent or anything.
Yeah. I was thinking also just from the perspective of how unreliable memory is in general.
Yeah.
We know that human beings we think we have a perfect memory of something down to the details, like you saying a flake, a crack, or a chipped edge, the color and the texture. But in reality, we made up half of, if not more, of those details on the fly.
Yeah. And if I would write a book, I would try to put that in the book.
Mm.
Talking about memory, there are some cool films, like short films, that explore this subject, and maybe we could have a discussion on that some other time.
Yeah.
There's this Chris Marker film, who was a French author, French filmmaker in during the Nouvelle Vague. His film is called La Jetée. It's a short film about the World War III. Like it's basically represents a dystopia, and it's in still images, and it's about a man who's not able to forget his experience.
That seems
And
interesting.
he also did a film which explores the opposite thing, which explores the capacity, like the fact that memory is so unreliable and people forget things. And that film is called Sans Soleil, and the action it's in Japan. It's a
Hmm.
documentary fiction, kind of like that.
Oh.
Okay. I don't know, but just knowing that it happens in Japan and that the title is Sans Soleil, I wonder if that's on purpose, because
Yeah, of course it's on purpose.
yeah, because Japan's the land of the rising sun, and the title is with no sun.
Yeah.
Of
So
course that's
yeah.
But that La Jetée, the 1995 science fiction film 12 Monkeys was inspired by
By
and
La
or
Jetée, yeah.
Oh, was
apparently,
it?
yeah.
I didn't know that.
I like that movie.
Yeah, 12
It
Monkeys
was
is really good.
directed by Terry Gilliam,
Yeah.
who also did Brazil, if you guys watched that one.
Yeah, I've watched most of it, I think.
I haven't watched Brazil yet. I know I should, but I haven't.
And there was also another film, Bandit Times, or I don't know exactly the title, but it was about the Titanic, and it was directed by Terry Gilliam.
Mm.
Well, apparently, The Brothers Grimm was also directed by Terry Gilliam. I
Bandits of
actually
Time
saw
or
that
something like
movie.
that. Time Bandits.
Time Bandits.
Oh
Yeah.
shit. Chris Marker. I'm looking at his filmography. So he didn't direct, but he participated in. He collaborated for making. Um.
And he and Sartre were colleagues in
Oh,
university.
interesting. He collaborated in making Nuit et Brouillard, or rather, he collaborated for doing the commentary for Nuit et Brouillard, which is an iconic French, a very 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 depressing documentary about the Holocaust. with very candid images of the concentration camps and like the charnel pits and all that stuff.
Never heard of that one.
It's a pretty classic. Like I don't know how common that is in like all schools in France, but at the school I went to, you basically when you were like 17, 16 or 17, they like make you watch it in history class.
Showa, it's another good documentary about Holocaust, but I never watched it. It's just too much for me. It's a 9-hour film, and it's about a
Oof.
topic like that, so it's kind of difficult.
Yeah, I found I remember when we watched it in class, I remember just watching it and then because it was also and I respect the fact that the history classes are they're fighting against the possibility of forgetting what happened, what they call the duty to remember, etc. But I remember walking out of the class with walking out of watching that movie. And it's only a 30-minute movie. It's not 9 hours. But it was a 30-minute movie after several years of every year learning more and more in detail about World War II, the horrors that happened, and I just couldn't. I remember at that point I was like I don't want to hear about the Holocaust ever again in my life. I just spent 30 minutes watching like horrible stuff, and I can't anymore. It's hard to process.
So what do you guys think? We could do a film club next meeting?
Yeah, I'm down.
Yeah, preferably not on Wednesday, actually,
Okay.
because
And we could choose La Jetée because it's a short film. It has just 28 minutes, so anyone could watch it.
We could like watch both though, La Jetée and
Sans Soleil
Sans
and
Soleil.
yeah, it's a very good comparison we can do between those two films.
I guess Sans Soleil is a full length movie, 100 minutes.
And it also Chris Marcos also got some inspiration from Tarkovsky's The Zone in Stalker when he created the Sans Soleil. So you'll see there some remarks from that film.
Nice. I'll finally have one of the filmographic references
Yeah.
for something. Nice.
And
I won't.
I really like his style because he's very experimental, and you need to grasp a lot of things in his films. Like you need to interpret most of his films, so it can make a really cool discussion after you watch it.
Okay, cool.
Do
then
we watch it on stream or what?
Well, it's
they're copyrighted. I've seen.
Copyright, right? And La Jetée is the older one, but 1962. It's not in public domain yet. But hey, I think I'll maybe I'll just do like a watch party in Discord or something, and we can we can watch it there.
Yeah.
Or you can watch it on your own, you know. But maybe I think I'll try to do something so, like, if other people want to watch it too.
Preferably like Monday or Tuesday.
For the discussion.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good.
Or the weekend maybe, but I don't know. I like doing stuff in the weekends, evenings with people.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, I can do it anytime.
Okay, cool. Then then we can watch it this weekend. And then yeah, either Monday or Tuesday.
Yeah, if we do it, yeah, we can discuss this off stream too.
Yeah,
that'd be better.
So it's not gonna be a stream discussion?
No, I mean we can do this like arranging
setting
when
up
we
like
are,
the day
you
and
know,
the time. Off
Okay,
stream.
okay. Yeah.
Cool.
because we're wasting valuable viewer time.
Yeah, this is
Exactly.
valuable content.
Sorry, guys.
After 2 hours of talking about a book no one in the audience has read.
I'm not a good
This is
streamer, so
Has anyone said anything? Like I looked for a comment in the chat.
about the book. In YouTube, Chaos Dimension made some comments about enlightenment, and he said that when I reached enlightenment, I realized I am the tree. When we were talking about the idea of the ontology of a tree, and then when we were talking about love, he said love is almost an undefinable concept. That's why people ask what it is so often. Kino asked Andrew twice, was he like reading off something? Someone threatened me with a donation, but
Glad they didn't.
Glad they didn't. Yeah, thankfully they apparently only had a green screen, and me saying that, well, I can't really help you with that. They were like, wow, not Pog, what a terrible streamer. I need to troubleshoot their computer problems apparently to earn the donation. So good thing I dodged that one. There we go.
Stop smoking.
Yeah, I don't know. I've seen this. I haven't seen this that much. It's not like I'm a big streamer, but I have seen once or twice people like I'm at this point. I believe that if someone says asks something of you as a streamer, and then later says, oh, but what a shame, I was gonna donate, they weren't gonna donate. They're just trying to make you feel bad. If they actually want to donate, then they'll donate. It's such a dumb thing to say.
Yeah, people can be like that sometimes.
Yeah, so like when I read that, I'm like, whatever. I don't care, man. Oh yeah, the Dame Danette. Well, this concerns the French documentary. She posted a quote. It's in French. Qui de nous veille de cet étrange observatoire pour nous avertir de la venue des nouveaux bourreaux? Which one of us keeps an eye out from the strange observatory to warn us from the arrival of new butchers? Ont-ils vraiment un autre visage que le nôtre? Do they have a different face from ours? Même un paysage tranquille, même une prairie avec des vols de corbeaux, des moissons et des feux d'herbe, même une route où passent des voitures, des paysans, des couples, même I'll just read in, like translate in English. Even a tranquil landscape, even a field with crows flying over it, with moisson is when you collect the wheat, the harvest, with harvests and burning grass, even a road where pass cars, farmers, couples, even a village where you go to for vacation with a fair and a church, can lead very simply to a concentration camp. And here we are watching sincerely those ruins, as if the old monster of the concentration camps was dead beneath its ruins, who pretend to take back hope, facing in front of this image that is getting further and further, as if we were healing from the pest of the concentration, as if we were pretending to believe that all of this was from something that could only happen once and in one country, and who don't think to look around us, and who don't hear that we keep crying without end. Okay, that was a scuff translation. I was trying my hardest.
Isn't that like a banality of evil thing?
Yeah, it's kind of that. trying to remind people that the evil is banal and very close to us. It's not something that happened once somewhere else, and that it can happen very well again.
Who was the author?
Of that quote,
I googled it, Jean Cairo.
yeah, Jean Cairol. But so apparently, what I was reading is that Chris Marker had collaborated with Jean Cairol to write to write the script for the.
And René,
And
the
René is
Smith
the director, yeah.
Yep, another big one in the French New Wave.
I've seen very little French New Wave stuff. Actually, I don't
I
think I've
think
seen
he
anything.
directed the Hiroshima Mon Amour.
Yes, yes, he did.
That's his biggest film, like his most known film.
I don't know. I'm a terrible movie fan. I have seen The Little Soldier, but that's the only one I've seen of Godard.
Yeah.
But
If you wanna watch that Jean-Paul Belmondo film, I don't remember the name, the one that inspired the Cowboy Bebop, Le Pierrot Le Fou.
oh yeah, I actually really I would love to watch it too. Yeah, for sure. Especially since I have no idea what link the like the as much as I love the Cowboy Bebop, I don't understand what that might have to do with the Cowboy Bebop episode. I'm curious because the episode is
Yeah.
very like weird.
It's mostly about the coolness of the main character. It has like a great attitude, and well, basically the Japanese anime creators really got influenced by the French New Wave, by Alain Delon and Jean-Paul Belmondo specifically.
I see. Interesting.
Like their coolness, it's unmatched. There's also another great film that also inspired some animes. It's called Le Samurai. It's by Jean Pierre Melville, I think so. It's with Alain Delon, and is the main protagonist.
Okay. I'll have to check that one out.
I love how this stream turned into a film stream, but that's what happens
Yes.
when you invite me in your streams.
Yes, you took control of the conversation. It's fine. We were done with the Camus. All right. Yeah, I think. Did you guys enjoy the book? Because we like talked analysis and all that, but we didn't talk about the most important part. Did you actually enjoy the book?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mostly enjoyed it, and I haven't read anything else from Camus, but I think I would enjoy much more Myth of Sisyphus, basically, because I think it explores the absurd better, like much broader way. It's in a much more complex way.
Oh yeah, Damdanet linked earlier in the Twitch chat. Apparently there's something that's called Albert Camus called his this sequence of writings the cycle of the absurd. So it starts with the stranger, then there's the myth of Sisyphus, then Caligula, and finally le malentendu.
I think he was much more mature when he wrote the Myth of Sisyphus, right? It's in the same year, so
It's the same year, yeah. But maybe hey, maturity isn't just a function of time, so It's described as an essay rather than a novel, so it's probably more serious in anyways.
Hmm. I should read that. I also have that. So
Nice. Yeah, I'm thinking I should read it too. I've never read the myth of. I know the myth of Sisyphus, but I never read the Camus' myth of Sisyphus.
but I have so much to read. I actually had a reading club today too. Another one, I guess.
Oh, nice. What
Yeah,
did
no, I
you?
skipped it. It
Oh, you
wasn't.
skipped it. Okay.
Yeah, because they were just discussing what to read next.
Okay.
But that's why I don't want it to be on Wednesday anymore.
Yeah, I understand. All right.
Well, it can actually be Wednesday like next week and then every 2 weeks, or like because the reading group is like every 2 weeks. So if you go in between that, it's fine. But that's discussions for not on the stream.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay.
Watch the
Question then.
video that I yeah.
Oh, what video?
Did I send the videos?
Oh yeah,
Not-
the Luz and Spinoza one.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, we can watch that.
Oh, you had one more question.
Also, I got a question. Did you guys read any Bukowski? Charles Bukowski?
I heard good stuff about him, but I've never read him. No.
No.
Because it's like pretty cool to have a discussion on it also.
I would be down for that. Is there a specific book that you think, like, if someone is going to read one book of his, is there a specific book you think we should read?
Oh, there's that book. Oh, but he was basically a misogynist in a way.
Lots
Nice.
of writers are.
He has a book
Can't
called
really
Women,
remember.
so I'm
Yeah,
sure that's an
woman, right?
interesting one.
Yeah, that's one. That's the one. Yeah, he's most
Women
known.
be women.
There are also some documentaries about him,
Mhm.
which is also good to watch. Like it's really cool and explores his philosophy more. It's called the Charles Bukowski tapes, and there are 2 parts. Like it's a documentary in 2 parts.
Okay. Oh, Damn the Net loves his poems, apparently. And Kino wants to know if you've picked up any chicks at the book club Turn-It.
No, but I don't know. This is kind of weird question, right?
Yeah. Sorry, I'm putting you on the spot.
I mean, you got some leads.
Nice. Oh yeah, The Laughing Heart by Charles Bukowski. Your life is your life. Don't let it be clubbed into dank submission. Be on the watch. There are ways out. There is light somewhere. It may not be much light, but it beats the darkness. Be on the watch. The gods will offer you chances. Know them. Take them. You cannot beat death, but you can beat death in life, sometimes. And the more often you learn to do it, the more light there will be. Your life is your life. Know it while you have it. You are marvelous, the gods wait to delight in you. That's a really
Nice.
positive message.
Yeah.
I like it. All right, I'm gonna watch the Luz and Spinoza video then. Ooh.
Watch like all his videos.
No, the Epoch Philosophy guy.
Yeah, no, you don't have to. But I don't know, it's good. It's really good.
Okay, cool. I'll check it out. If you guys are hanging around, I was thinking of maybe playing a bit of Valorant later tonight. I don't know if either of you want to play or not.
I don't have my desktop.
Oh shit. Okay.
Like
Yeah, I can play later.
Okay, cool.
No,
I'll ask you
Andrew,
around then.
Andrew, someone said no.
Yeah, someone said no. True. Someone's trying to save you from Valorant. Oh, the
Or maybe that was
shoelace.
just him.
Yeah.
All right. Bye.
Bye. Thanks for the talk.
Yeah, thanks. See you.
Yeah. Bye bye.
Okay, guys. Bye
bye. The shoelace. A woman, a tire that's flat, a disease, a desire. Fears in front of you, fears that hold you so still you can study them like pieces on a chessboard. It's not the large things that send a man to the madhouse. Death he's ready for, or murder, incest, robbery, fire, flood. No, it's the continuing series of small tragedies that send a man to the madhouse. Not the death of his love, but a shoelace that snaps with no time left. The dread of life is that swarm of trivialities that can kill quicker than cancer and which are always there. License plates or taxes, or expired driver's license, or hiring or firing, or doing it or having it done to you, or roaches or flies, or a broken hook on a screen, or out of gas or too much gas. The sink's stopped up, the landlord's drunk, the president doesn't care, and the governor's crazy. Light switch broken, mattress like a porcupine, $105 for a tune-up, carburetor and fuel pump at Sears Roebuck. And the phone bill's up, and the market's down, and the toilet chain is broken, and the light has burnt out. The hall light, the front light, the back light, the inner light. It's darker than hell and twice as expensive. Then there's always crabs and ingrown toenails, and people who insist they're your friends. There's always that and worse. Leaky faucet, Christ and Christmas, blue salami, 9-day rains, 50-cent avocados, and purple liverwurst. Or making it as a waitress at Norm's on the split shift, or as an emptier of bedpans, or as a car wash, or a busboy, or a stealer of old ladies' purses, leaving them screaming on the sidewalks with broken arms at the age of 80. Suddenly, 2 red lights in your rearview mirror, and blood in your underwear, toothache, and $979 for a bridge, $300 for a gold tooth, and China, and Russia, and America, and long hair, and short hair, and no hair, and beards, and no faces, and plenty of zigzag, but no pot, except maybe one to piss in, and the other one around your gut. With each broken shoelace, out of 100 broken shoelaces, one man, one woman, one thing enters a madhouse. So be careful when you bend over. This one's less uplifting than the other one. This one's but it's good too. Yeah, I like it. Why is there Spanish? It's not easy to see things from the middle, rather than looking down on them from above, or up at them from below, or from left to right, or right to left. Try it, you'll see that everything changes.
Gilles Deleuze, one of the most infamously odd, difficult, yet rewarding thinkers of the 20th century. And one of the more interesting things about Deleuze is his focus and interest on metaphysics and ontology, subfields within philosophy that were seen to be finished in the 20th century, after the likes of Heidegger and Whitehead. Yet, Deleuze's excursion, or more accurately, re-excursion into Spinoza shows us that this idea of a dead metaphysics and ontology may be too quick of a conclusion to come to. Of course,
I'll leave
due
the
to
captions.
the nature of this video and Deleuze, we should slow down here a bit for people who are new, and give a definitional refresher for everyone else. Roughly speaking, metaphysics is a broad field in philosophy that deals with the rules of nature, the nature of our reality, and with ontology, a subfield within metaphysics that deals with what things exist and how they universally exist. For example, a tree. A proper question would be, what is, in its core nature, a tree, and how did it come about? Is it a specific culmination of wood and leaves? Was it a tree only when the seed blossomed? Was it still a tree even when it was a seed? With this, we could come to two metaphysical possible conclusions. The first is that what necessitates a tree is the individual unique processes it undergoes as a seed in the soil to a larger wood structure that photosynthesizes. What makes a tree is the unique process it undergoes. The second idea could be that it only becomes a tree when it ruptures from the seed, and that there is no real process needed in order to define it. It becomes a tree at once, and then when it dies, it simply isn't a tree anymore. These examples are only two of many metaphysical conclusions we could come to regarding the nature of a tree, but of course,
Metaphysics more like semantics. Okay, I know you're memeing, but it really is not the same. There is a complete difference between talking about things at a metaphysical scale, like Deleuze and this video are doing, and playing around with semantics. This is philosophers trying to get to the core of what makes things what they are. And obviously, the language when you're dealing with very abstract things, you're going to have to look at very precise language and very precise semantics in order to find meaning in the abstractness, in the tautology of how we experience the world.
I'm only giving elementary examples, as these words, metaphysical and ontology, can be confusing to many. And with Deleuze's inlook into Spinoza and practical philosophy, we will be dealing with these metaphysical questions and ideas a lot. So, to dig into this, Deleuze has written two main books on Spinoza: Expressionism in Philosophy, Spinoza, and Spinoza, Practical Philosophy. These two relate immensely, and we will borrow from Expressionism and philosophy, but this video will focus more on Spinoza and practical philosophy, as I find it to bridge and concretely totalize Deleuze's ideas from Spinoza in a more complete way. In this, we'll explore the processual relationship Deleuze finds in Nietzsche, evaluating life as a process, as a set of relationships and movement, finding concrete ways to look at the nature of life, a universal nature, Deleuze says, that can be seen as states of speed, whether that be the slow movement of mountains carving their way through Earth, or the fast nature of humans building cities. These are just a few things that are seen with Deleuze and Spinoza, on a pursuit of a pure, single ontology, a state of life that is permanently connected and relates back to a single core. Hopefully, we can shed some light on this, Deleuze's ideas on Spinoza and Spinoza himself. So without further ado, let's get started. This is Spinoza and Practical Philosophy, just in video form.
Let's go. Should I speed up the video? Maybe not.
We start off in the beginning of the intimate life of Spinoza, someone, according to Deleuze, who lived what he philosophized. Seemingly from the moment Spinoza was born, there was a threat. Being born to Portuguese Jewish parents while living in Amsterdam, his life...
Oh no. Clip that out of context. There was a threat. Being born to Portuguese Jewish parents.
While not abhorrent, was turbulent to say the least. A turbulence of interconnected events that likely spawned the ideas he put forth. He relinquished his father's inheritance, thought people should not look for meaning inside of coin and inside of pure wealth. I find his subtext here with Deleuze and his interest in practical philosophy. This very practical philosophy could be seen as just this, living a limited practical life, but living within a practicality that allows us to expand our subjectivity. Wealth and materiality can potentially hamper, it can be an artificial barrier to the natural processes we go through. Struggle, labor, relationship with others. To be a philosopher and to seek radical clarity is to be present through everyday world interactions, something Spinoza and Deleuze saw that wealth alienated us from. Of course, and
so I don't know enough about Deleuze's life here, but the question I have to ask when I hear about someone abandoning material goods to pursue some form of purity, the way it's described here, I guess we can call it that, is was Deleuze actually working to sustain themselves, or did they just put themselves in a situation where someone else was taking care of them? Because this is something that happens sometimes in art or in philosophy, where someone claims to have attained a deeper understanding of the present moment, of society, of life, etc., by being able to contemplate it, by giving up material necessities or goods, etc., etc. But then when you look closely at their lives, they actually were dependent on someone else who had to take care of all the shitty stuff in life for them. And which to me would show rather a hypocrisy, but maybe that's not his case. I would need to look up his life.
Typical Spinozian fashion, he took this to a bit of an extreme, often living with friends and being in constant danger to his radical writings, being a bit nomadic with his day-to-day life. Not only this, but surviving an assassination attempt and keeping a hole in his jacket so he had quicker access to a knife. To make sense of Spinoza's radicality, we can start with his theological political treatise that he published anonymously.
Oh wait, this is Spinoza, not Deleuze. I'm an idiot.
Like a few other radical thinkers of the time, Spinoza posited a politics that demanded religious figureheads, be separate from politics, that the state's role is to guarantee protection and certain freedom to its citizens. Now, this tiny treaty and his other writings got him in a bit of trouble, but in actuality, these texts really just laid the groundwork for what people and Deleuze consider his magnum opus, that being the Ethics. Rather than mere political theory, Spinoza lays the groundwork for one of the most interesting and compelling cases for a singular metaphysics, with an interconnected world that continually relates back to a singular core, back to nature, back to the universe, and in Spinozian fashion, what he will call God. Spinoza's metaphysics closely relates to a pantheism, an immanent God that is the very core nature around us, a nature that connects us all. For the time, and according to Deleuze even today, there are some very large philosophical consequences here. Spinoza operated during the time of Descartes, who was, and arguably is, in many ways, still a leading figurehead in the philosophical canon. Descartes saw the human being as a dual entity, split down to a dual level, a material body and an immaterial mind. For Spinoza, the mind and body can be conceived as separate, but only in how they inform each other as a single unit, thus a single thing. In philosophy, the term substances can be a bit confusing and mean a ton of different things. In this case, as in many, a substance will be used as things that exist, or existence of a thing. Okay, so before we proceed regarding actual Deleuze and Spinoza, we have to lay some groundwork on Spinoza's ethics and his metaphysical view of the world. It will be confusing, but do not fret, do not bang your head on your desk, or throw your cellular device. You don't need to comprehend all of Spinoza's vocabulary, or even completely understand what's about to happen. But
I need to read
we will have to at least go into
Spinoza's
it
ethics
as
someday.
to understand a little bit about Spinoza's work, the Ethics, introduce you to it. Before we do, I will say, before the start of this video, I will make our exclusive podcast on Patreon around Spinoza's Ethics that I did a couple months ago, totally free. So if after this video you would like to learn more about specifically the Ethics, go and do so. You can find the link right above here. Alright, here we go. In the Ethics, Spinoza wants to give a prescription on what the world is and how it exists. In the Ethics, Spinoza outlines what God is, its nature, or the universe at large. And this nature is a single substance. Contrast this, Descartes was a dualist. But to Spinoza, God, nature, is a single substance that is infinite and indivisible. This substance consists of attributes and modes. This single substance consists of infinite attributes, and these attributes can be illustrated as the essence of this single substance. And to Spinoza's view of an essence, it can be seen as its being, its kind of existence. We can also see attributes as characteristics of nature, and we perceive these characteristics through what Spinoza would call thought and extension, at least for humans. This is what we at least have access to in this single substance, in this single universe. Perhaps a good way to think of attributes in a human context are senses. Thus, we can view thought and extension also as ways of interaction, as an affect of this single substance. Then we see what Spinoza calls modification, what we would also call modes. These are the form.
Okay, so if I understand correctly, for thought, wait, what was it? Thought and thought is the internalization of the attributes, and extension is the Now, if it's a mode of interaction, then the extension would be extending the externalization of our perception of the attribute, or modifying perhaps the attribute. I need to just play the explanation
as an affect of this single substance. Then we see what Spinoza calls modification, what we would also call modes. These are the form of God, the universe, or properties of God. We ourselves, things, material, chairs, tables, animals, these things inside the universe can be seen as modes of this single substance within a universe consisting of interaction and affects as attributes that then consist of modes. This is confusing, but you should be confused. If you are brand new to Spinoza and you aren't, you are probably lying. Nonetheless, in an easy way, the universe, nature, the fiber of being exists within a singular thing that is ever expanding infinitely. As this definitely sounds confusing to many, it doesn't mean that this is some esoteric healing crystal, half-baked theory of the universe. One way to make sense of what Spinoza proposes is looking at our total interconnected world as a single universe made up of infinite components that are affected by direct interaction. In many ways, Spinoza has had extreme scientific impact, and we even see massive influence into fields such as quantum physics, especially pertaining to Spinoza's theory of extension.
Okay, I would need to read about Spinoza's theory of extension. That seems a bit memey, but the rest of it makes sense. Kind of, what I've understood of it. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I need to read Spinoza, okay? I'm gonna need to study that at some point.
Alright, here we get into the really interesting stuff. On chapter 2 in Deleuze's book, one of the main points he wants to put forth is the separation of an ethics, like Spinoza's book, Ethics, over morality, a tangential, moralistic view of the world.
Nice.
While discussing certain limitations that Spinoza does not ignore, Deleuze starts with a focus on how Spinoza interacts with the world in materiality, through the body, as something that deals with consciousness as an interaction of bodies. Spinoza and Deleuze posit this point. We know relatively few things around the mind, really how it operates on levels beyond our phenomenological grasp, yet we're open to this. Philosophy has accepted this and through the centuries developed theories of the mind. Yet, the one other ignored component that we haven't really accepted our limited grasp on is the body, namely the body as a total structure with the mind. To Deleuze, we may value the unknown, unconscious thought of the mind, but are quick to glance over the unknown of the body and how it relates to philosophical projects. And to Deleuze, Spinoza is one of the few modern philosophers who does not gloss over the body to the extent we often see. To Spinoza, with bodily interaction, we get closer to God and allow God to affect us. In turn, we then affect other things. And in less Spinozian language, we understand nature, the world, the more we interact on a material plane. And the importance of this interaction moves us to understanding. And this is important. The point
I find it kind of poetic almost to describe to define understanding as getting closer to God. I think like understanding the world is getting closer to God. I really like that image.
We ought to emphasize is to understand, not moralize and systematize a hierarchy of happenings based on our narrow, mere conceptual understanding. This is what Deleuze is highlighting with Spinoza,
How to generate
highlighted
captions are
in
great.
Nietzschean
Lesbian
fashion as
language,
well.
yeah.
With Spinoza and Nietzsche, we go beyond good and evil. With Spinoza and Deleuze, we want immanence. We want to know existence. What happens in moral systemization is it becomes as murky as subjective conceptions of consciousness. In this way, ethics, which is to say, a typology of immanent modes of existence, replaces morality, which always refers existence to transcendent values. Morality is the judgment of God, the system of judgment, but ethics overthrows the system of judgment. The ultimate, more fruitful goal here, for us, for philosophers, is more to understand, not necessarily judge. And this judgment, this moralizing, hampers our ability to understand in the end.
I understand now why you linked this video when we were talking about Meursault and the stranger. 'Cause, like this is exactly what we're talking about when we're talking about the amorality, the amorality of Meursault. It's not even that it's not that he doesn't have that it's not that he doesn't follow an ethics, but he is non-judgmental. Maybe. I need to keep watching.
It, of course, goes beyond mere understanding here, to the mechanisms that allow our bodies, our minds to comprehend as well. To Deleuze and Spinoza, there is a rejection of the sad passions, or an understanding we must minimize these things in order to interact with the world. In Spinozian terms, with God. With Spinoza, there is a rejection of the negative. Nature operates as something that builds our essence up or degrades it within a positive core. That positive core being the world. We may joyfully interact with information, education, thus increasing our ability to affect the world and be affected. While we may become sick to an illness, but these functions go far beyond morality, beyond, in a Nietzschean sense, good and evil. Any moralization, systemized moralistic ways of looking at things, the core functions within nature, is something rather artificial, and we must at least understand this, according to Deleuze. This could be legal systems, categorization of nature, etc. Law, whether moral or social, does not provide us with any knowledge. It makes nothing known. At worst, it prevents the formation of knowledge, the law of the tyrant. At best, it prepares for knowledge and makes it possible, the law of Abraham or of Christ. Between these two extremes, it takes the place of knowledge in those who, because of their mode of existence, are incapable of knowledge, the law of Moses. As related to the sad passions,
man, I've never really studied Spinoza, so I didn't realize this. I never realized Spinoza had so many common things in common with Nietzschean philosophy, and also this idea that law can prevent the formation of knowledge. It reminds me also a bit of Rousseau's naturalism. If you like, Rousseau had this idea that the human being, that probably inspired anarchists centuries later, the idea that the human being becomes corrupted by the laws, by the rules of society, and that the best human being is the one that is perfectly free and emancipated from those laws and those systems. That he wanted a return to primitive society for human being to shine and live up to its potential.
As we mentioned earlier, Deleuze and Spinoza recognized a human phenomenon around sad passions that hamper knowledge. What Deleuze means by sad passions is the emotions, called affects in Spinozian language, detailed in the Ethics. Emotions, affects such as anger, depression, sadness, and the like. These things deeply deplete our ability to interact and affect the world around us.
Yes, but did Spinoza do therapy, or was it not therapy? I think that's the important question. I'm sorry. I had to.
Speed in which we approach life. Things like being embarrassed or saddened. It's much easier to sit in a state of malaise and bask in this embarrassment and sadness. Spinoza and Deleuze recognize what may be called as the moralist trinity: the man with sad passions, the slave, the man who exploits these sad passions, needs them in order to establish power, that being the tyrant. And last but not least, the man who is saddened by these passions, who seeks to reform sadness via communicative modes of sadness, by cynicism, by mockery, by preaching what is, while blocking an interaction with the world, an interaction with humans and conversation, in favor of raw, unfettered lecture. This is the priest. Lots of these guys on the internet, by the way. Deleuze and Spinoza were pretty nice to warn us. If we can take anything from Spinoza and Deleuze in a contemporary context, it is still the constant hierarchical moralism one seen in this moralistic trinity of slave, tyrant, and priest. Things like good and evil, things alive today that harm our ability to interact in the world. As a book on Spinoza, there is a lot of Nietzsche present in this text too, as Deleuze sees Nietzsche as one who seems to understand the central ethos of Spinoza better than many, one who goes beyond Spinoza's mechanical, analytical form of writing and brings out the emphasis on passion and interaction with the world. To Deleuze, a Nietzschean and Spinozian approach can help illustrate how the concept of evil is an incredibly incomplete idea. To understand is to move beyond good and evil. To understand is to recognize, not moralize, on how the universe operates as something that fulfills our essence or dispels our essence. Deleuze points out in part 4 of the Ethics why Spinoza places emphasis on human self-destruction. Sad passions, moralization, operate as something parasitic to us, something how our autoimmune system combats disease. Evil, an artificial mode of hierarchy, doesn't even get close to these actual core real-life relations. Deleuze details an evolution in Spinoza. Philosophers all have evolutions. They change, they grow, they interact with new avenues. What separates Spinoza is that, for the time, this change, this evolution is prescient to his thought and is deeply accounted for. With a philosophy centered on process, on relationship, Spinoza, rather than mere rejection of prior ideas, he decides to build off of them. Again, many thinkers already do this. It's not necessarily uncommon for philosophers to find it tediously immature and ridiculous to outright reject prior forms of thought due to inadequacies. But, according to Deleuze, the thing that's special here is that Spinoza was ahead of the curve. Here, Spinoza understood process, without rejection. This is present in his work in a number of ways, but like his ideas around the body, Deleuze points out it is especially present with Spinoza's concept of common notions.
This throws me back to the start of the video when he was explaining that Spinoza was very influential on the philosophy of science, or on science in general. This is something that I find to be a common misunderstanding of how science works. That scientists usually acknowledge that there is a process. So the explanations often get refuted, but the models themselves, as long as they were correct to a certain extent, to a certain scale, they never get refuted. Like we don't use Newton's explanation of gravity, but we do still use Newton's model of the behavior of gravity. So the modelization of reality through science is exactly this kind of process. It doesn't go through outright rebuttals of what's been done in the past, but rather it is a refinement of our understanding.
Detailed in the Ethics. According to Spinoza, every existing thing has an essence, but it also has characteristic relations through which it enters into composition with other things in existence, or is decomposed in other things. A common notion is precisely the idea of a composition of relations between several things. This common notion is that an essence, being of something, like us, a tree, in Spinozian language, is a part of a single whole, an interconnected substance, such as the universe. This is where relation comes in. Deleuze posits there is a Spinoza in us, or rather, more specifically, we are in the middle of Spinoza. We are in the middle of everything. There is no mere beginning or end, as our existence is firmly implanted in the middle of a universal event.
Well, this goes back to earlier. What this guy was explaining is that Spinoza. Wait, what is Spinoza doing inside me? As he was explaining that Spinoza, in Spinoza's philosophy, the entire world is just one thing, and what we perceive as different things are the different affects of that universe, the different parts. But there's only really one single thing.
Are all going through a process of motion, speed, within one plane of existence. As per the example earlier, whether it's a bird quickly flying or the insanely slow speed of a mountain carving its way through nature, to Spinoza and Deleuze, this speed in relationship is one of the central markings of our existence. When you push into a crowd of people, the kinetic energy is dispersed among each person, creating an effective wave. When you interact with someone, there is an effect you two have on each other. This is why Spinoza in the Ethics details these emotions as affects. It's an effect of something. It's you being interacted with by the world, then you subsequently interacting with it. This is the central point to Deleuze. Spinoza offers us a philosophy that's almost a unique non-philosophy. Spinoza goes beyond it, to interaction, to action itself. What Spinoza offers us is some of the most interactive philosophy seen, something that preceded immaterialism and interaction with Marx, and one where we see a processual being roughly illustrated later with people like Heidegger. These are the...
Yeah, I was gonna say, you know what this this feels like very, very like a very, very early precursor of the study of phenomenology. I forgot the other book that's pretty famous, Phenomenology of I forgot the whole term, but the one I haven't like actually studied it. I've tried to. It's really fucking complicated. But the one I'm slightly familiar with is Phenomenology of Perception. And it's like this going really into detail of what is the nature of those. If we look at it in a Spinozian fashion, what is the nature of those affects and those interactions? Hegel. Well, yeah, there's the Hegel one, but the Phenomenology of Perception is Merleau-Ponty, I think. Let me check. Phénoménologie de la perception. It's Maurice Merleau-Ponty. It's fucking hard to read. It's the hardest philosophy I've ever tried to read, and I failed at it. Maybe someday I'll try again.
Readings of
it was
Spinoza,
fascinating though, but
Deleuze wants to highlight. To understand, to act, to be, not to moralize, not to rigidly separate, compartmentalize, not to attempt to stay in the same plane. This is the very essence of what makes us human. Even if our language, our ideological and historical conceptions deeply ingrained in us want us to believe that we are stagnant entities, transfixed in a bubble, away from all other beings, away from movement and process. Thank you all for watching and making it to the end, and most of all, to the two people in the comment section threatening to unsubscribe to my channel if I didn't make a video on Deleuze. I had to take the 2 unsubscribe threats seriously, guys, so thank them for bringing me here and bringing us this video.
Wow.
Your threats work, guys. All jokes aside, except that actually happened, by the way. 2 people really wanted me to cover Deleuze, and I'm not even that mad about it. I just think it's funny. But as always, I couldn't do it without the people on Patreon. YouTube doesn't really like philosophy videos, and it's you guys supporting on Patreon that I'm able to make these. So
Every
if you
Deleuze
guys
caption
want
was
to
wrong and
ensure the
funny. I
survival
know.
of this channel, this
Yeah,
really is
they're
how.
really good.
I give quite a few perks and do some cool stuff on there. So hopefully I can at least give back to you more than just the free content I put on YouTube anyways. Last but not least, an extra big shout out to Jose David Guevara for the extra large pledge. You get an extra large shout out on this channel. Thank you so much. Aside from Patreon or the YouTube member section, bookmarking our Amazon link and using it for your purchases forces them to give me a small percent. So it helps out. All free of charge on your part. Just a small little thing you can do to help out if pledging money itself is a little bit difficult. Again, aside from all the necessary financial stuff, thanks so much just for being here, and I hope to see you guys again soon.
Toulouse and Toulouse, yeah. Epoch Philosophy, a YouTube channel specialized in philosophy videos. Cool. Let's subscribe to him. Showing all the insight, dang. Well, I was thinking, it's because of the video I watched about the React meta on Twitch. I was thinking, you know, gotta respect the people who actually put in the work to make the video. I'm just sitting here watching it, doing some commentary, and that's fine. I don't have a problem with that per se. But I should respect like the video itself and not cut off like the credits or stuff like that. Or it's something I have done in the past, so it's something I want to stop doing and like actually credit the video, create like the channel and all that stuff. It's not much, but it's the least I could do, right? Doesn't really cost me anything. Figure it's a more ethical way of reacting to those videos. You know what I mean? All right. It is time for some Valorant. I said I was going to play Valorant. Enough of this intellectual bullshit. We're going to be gamers now. Fuck, I forgot. Oh my fucking god, I forgot I logged out of Valorant the other day. I have to find my account name again. It's somewhere, but I don't remember where. Alright, let me change category in the meantime. Okay, what email account was this associated with? This one? God, I hate losing logins. It's always a pain in the ass. Okay, yeah. Found the right email at least, right off the bat. Shit. Oh, there you go. Username assistance. I picked the dumbest username possible for my account. And because of that, I need to like... it's like a random string of characters. Which is good for security, like, you know, make your username a password itself. Who's gonna guess it? Oh no, now my I need to remember my password now. Oh, never mind, I found it. Cool. Alright, we Gucci now. Music? Music. All right. I'm ready. What the fuck is this music? I don't know. I wanted to try something out, but I like the start. Oh, it's
found.
It doesn't fit Valorant. I'll grant you that. You know, I'm going back to Machine Girl. It was from an Ina video. There's some new videos posted on Ontology's channel. Spinoza be like, you're a little piece of God. You're a little piece of God.
Match found.
Oh, match found. You're a little piece of God. You're a little piece of God. Everyone's a little piece of God. Nice. Hello. Yeah, I'll play Chamber. I want to try out some cool stuff with the rotations with Chamber on Ascent. You can kind of go crazy with them, I think. It would be nice to have an Astra, but... Or a Viper.
You have good taste.
Fuck it. Seattle Feta. Pick a smoke. He's gonna pick Yoru. Let's go. Yeah, he's picking Yoru. Oh no, we have no smokes. We lost. Unless we can like just outduel them every single round, we lost. It was so bad. They actually have a they have a better team comp. They do. Ah, cringe, dude.
Hey, Flower Girl. I found some leaves. Do you want them?
I've got enough, thanks. But call me Flower Girl again.
I'll break your nose. Decoy. Placing sentry.
I'm gonna put it here.
Teleport's ready.
Let's put some pressure mid. Teleport over to A.
I think it's A.
Okay, nothing top in. I'm here. Yeah, steps short A. And long A, sorry. I'm smoked off in doors.
All 5.
Spike down
46
A.
on Chamber.
One out.
Last
Yeah, they're both in
player
the
standing.
entrance. What the
low.
fuck is Yoru doing? Hey, Kino. Oh my god. If he had just rotated normally. Actual cringe.
Spike planted.
Hey, if he gets a kill, especially on Reyna here, what's he doing?
Right click.
No, why are you right clicking at that distance?
So, we have to kill my double? So be it.
I just want to suggest at that distance, right-clicking with the classic is not very effective. You probably just want to left-click. Just saying. Oh fuck, I'm late with my shit. Whatever.
All set up. Teleport's ready.
I'm smoked off on short. They're going for mid control, I think. Now they're going to B. Chamber's tag is low.
Player standing. Spike planted.
One's market, maybe. I also like how no one's communicating. But hey, what can I expect? I should have headshot the chamber. Done a kill at least that way. Right. What are we doing here?
Perfect.
Step Salem.
Teleport's ready.
Yeah, step say long. I got tagged.
Enemy spotted A.
Well, we're perhaps 2 stacked on A. Yeah, they're going back. 1 top mid. Don't peek hero, just stay there. Fuck me, I should have teleported out. I'm an idiot. Nice.
Spike down
53 on Rain and 35 on Chamber.
Nice.
Planted.
There's a trap to the right of the door.
Decoy.
Time to jump. Blinded. One dead.
L.
Last player standing.
I'm not. I'm gold 3. And we're not winning this game. We're definitely not winning this game. Like, we need to eco, guys. Don't force. My team's actual Pepega.
Now they have my attention.
What am I doing?
We should do it. Teleport's ready.
Steps short A. And steps A, sorry.
Droning mid. Sova mid.
What? 1 short A. Watch out. How I teleported out of it. What's he doing?
Last player standing.
He got the kill.
Spike planted.
Oh no.
Just some good old hard yakka.
Life is pain.
Standing in between us and victory.
Let's try something different.
Turret out.
All set up. Teleport's ready. That's a good spot. That works.
Get him.
Away!
Nice. Step C.
Enemy spotted mid.
I'm smoked off. Badly. Fuck. No HP.
Nowhere to run!
Oh, come on! Oh.
Spike planted.
Oh my god.
Back
Okay.
off. Cutting through. Decoy.
So woman.
My potter broke.
Last player standing.
Dude, we are not winning this game.
Take aim, Zenfire. Let's not complicate it.
I'm gonna play my ult.
Teleport's ready. A gift. That's a good spot. They are so dead.
Look at what? Look at this. Fuck. 2-3-A.
Here.
Here comes the party.
Spike down
A.
A.
Spike spotted A. Enemy spotted A.
2 mid. Top. Are going B. Oh no! Just, oh no! Right, aim down sights, dude. Oh no! That was a free kill on Reyna there. At least I got tank music. You know, that's
Let's
the.
strike first. It's better than having to strike back.
At least we got that.
This should do. That works. A gift.
Fuck it.
Teleport's ready.
Jet low way.
Nice. Okay. Better fucking stay crouched.
Get out of my way.
Come on.
spotted A.
One enemy remaining.
I have them.
Spike down A. 30 seconds left.
Hey,
Don't peek, don't peek. Peek when she peeks me.
yep.
Now? Yes, nice. Well played. Perfect. That's what I wanted.
Nice.
Thank you. Yeah, it's I like the skin. Yeah, I'm playing right. I really like the skin. I can't... If I drop you, I don't have a fucking armor. I'm gonna... I don't like this. I'll play Ego. Fuck it, dude.
That's a good spot. That works. All set up. Teleport's ready.
This is not how I usually play. I steps A, lots of him.
Jet's grounded.
Nice.
At least 2 more A main, I think. Might
Yep.
go back.
I'm watching mid. One's still here, but I think I heard steps going back. Oh, flash mid.
Yeah, so was it. Minus 40, so.
Spotted mid. Oh, finished.
Teleport's broke. They found my trap.
Oh, on site.
On the side.
Yours not communicating.
Spike planted.
Last
One
main.
enemy
Last
remaining.
main, yeah.
Nice, good job.
Whew. Alright, you know, just gotta
No fireworks today, I'm afraid.
kill everyone. Nah, to be honest, Killjoy has really stepped it up the last 2 rounds in with the mid control and everything.
Can I get this?
Thanks.
So, props to Killjoy.
A gift. That's a good spot.
The plays, yes.
Teleport's ready.
I have a feeling we're gonna get some B action at some point here. So you just been going A.
You want to play? Let's play.
Oh, I missed. One tiles. Ow. That's hurt. They have mid control. They have full mid control. We have no one mid.
Operator top mid.
Yoru!
Jet tiles.
Fucking asshole.
I think it's B.
Yeah, they're gonna go B. I'm holding mid in case they rotate. Oh no, they're going on site.
Jet lane.
Spike down.
Fuck! I
Last
should have been ready to shoot. I wasn't, like, mentally. Uh oh.
None of my stuff has malfunctioned yet. Can we celebrate that?
Did you have more viewers when we were doing Camus? Yes. We had like 11 to 15 viewers, depending on the exact moment.
That works. A gift. This should do. Teleport's ready. Teleport's broken.
That's bad. No. Yikes. They our spawn. Yeah, there's not much we can do. Like the our Yoru's in action. I don't want to say troll because he's just playing badly. He's like a noob. He's a noob. He's not a troll. But like if this was a higher level, higher ranked, like you would have to consider him to be a troll. That's what I'm saying. Nice, I'm starting to regain my hope in humanity. Nice. Humanity's pretty poggers, my dude. We're never getting mid control under those conditions, but I don't know. I'll try my best.
Teleport's ready.
Let's put a trap on B.
That's a good spot.
Enemy spot here.
Nowhere to run.
2A at least.
Blinded. Done with.
Nice.
Here. Reloading.
Planting.
Spike planted.
Initiated. Get out of my way.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Probably main or hell.
Diffuse.
Turret out.
He's main.
Last player standing.
Yo, you don't have to walk. You just have to kill him. Like, why are you walking in that situation?
Imagine if I died right now.
No!
So funny.
Clutch.
You had time. Yeah.
Last
So
round
you
in
can
the
tell.
half.
I'm actually and like in a team with like really new players. So you can tell when you have. Oh, he doesn't have voice. Anyways, it doesn't matter if I explain. I'll type it. If you can tell if you have time, because the extra circle hasn't appeared yet on the spike. Whatever. I'm just forcing. Nice. I'm bad.
Chamber TP to 8 main.
Nice.
2A.
One tiles. God, I need a heal. Fuck!
Hey mate.
Humanity's pretty powers, meanwhile Mother Russia.
Last player standing.
Are you also planning on uploading today's discussion on YouTube? Yeah, just no like fancy edit, just like you know, uploading it as the discussion itself. Should work like we'll have to work like on a thumbnail or something. That's the plan.
Spike down.
You don't pre-fire like that with the shotgun.
Switching sides.
As a unit, okay? Last thing I need is some hero messing things up.
Oh my god. Maybe if I bait my entire team, I use them as a bait, we have a chance. Like, unironically. That's maybe the only chance we have. Yeah, unironically, Yoru dying to serve as bait is probably the best use he can have for the team. Like, trading him for a kill. I'm sorry, Yoru, but go Yoru. I believe you.
Minus 60 jet mid.
One enemy remaining.
Nice. I think he's B. No, A, I mean.
Oh, okay. I'll check.
I think I heard the TP short.
Yeah, B is there. Nice, good trade.
Nice.
Yeah, that actually worked. It actually worked. Using Yoru's bait,
Let's run it again.
so I can get the kills. That's what I should have been doing the whole game. Oh no. I am becoming the thing that the very thing that I swore to fight. The ego player.
In we go. This should do. Teleport's ready.
There's a trap here.
What?
Multiple enemies A.
I got outplayed. I can't complain. Reloading 15 fucking bullets. Nice.
One enemy remaining.
Okay. Last one was mid, probably behind you, top mid or something. I don't know. Oh, never mind. He's heaven.
You could just go B.
I got the spike.
You could, yeah. Oh wait, no. Killjoy doesn't have voice comm and doesn't care, so.
Spikes down. Placing swarm grenade.
Maybe he went B. This actually worked out.
Yeah.
If you had seen Yoru's first round, he was right clicking with the classic at like I don't know what the range was, like fucking
Here.
20 meters away. There's some really bad movement. Well played. He has 5 kills, but I don't expect much from him. TBH. Man, I got double dinked by that Sova. That was some good shots he landed. And I wasn't moving as well, so TB fair. That's what happens.
That works.
I'll try that. Let's set up again.
Teleport's ready.
Oh fuck! I messed it up.
Chamber catwalk.
I have the spike. Turret out. I'll handle
Smokes, so.
Nice.
Hawk out. Hawk out. Blinded. Need healing.
I'm heaven. Oh yeah, if you have heal.
Need healing. Healing over
Thank
here.
you.
Placing swarm grenade.
A gift.
I should have put it on the bomb, but it's okay.
Teleport's ready.
Reloading. Reloading.
You can ego peek if you want.
Both heaven.
One enemy remaining.
He's a generator. Nice.
Nice.
I dinged him through the thingy.
Please do not mistake my smile. I take this all very seriously.
Wait, I could actually drop someone here. Not really. I can drop a guardian if you want, or a bulldog. Oh, Killjoy can drop you too. Like, you should ask for a drop. What's better, Dunkirk or Saving Private Ryan? I haven't actually watched Dunkirk. Saving Private Ryan is good. It's aged a little bit. Like, we have kind of different expectations from war movies nowadays.
Hawk out. Hawk out. Reloading.
Nice.
Time to hunt. They can cuss.
That's a good spot.
2 or 3
That
more.
was a bad reload from me. Okay, never mind. One more
One
garden.
enemy
Last
remaining.
garden. Well played.
Okay, take a break, guys.
Dunkirk, I love the sound design, and it's also first to go. Oh wait, no, I did watch Dunkirk. I completely forgot it. I did watch Dunkirk, and I liked it too. Yeah, I completely forgot about it. Yeah, Dunkirk is actually really cool. You want to go B? Oh yeah, because we have Killjoy ult. Okay.
This should do.
Let's put this
That
up.
works.
Cover the flank.
Bonne chance, mes amis.
Bonne chance, mes amis.
There.
I mean, it's Chris Nolan, so it's gonna be good. Yeah, obviously Christopher Nolan.
Sold in corner.
Nice as shit.
Initiated.
Ah, fuck me! Kill the fucking dart!
Our spike carrier's down.
Fucks.
Spike down B.
I got the
Buried.
spike.
Watch out on site.
Last
2 players
player
on site.
standing.
Ended.
Nice try. Him running out, he should have died when he ran out onto the site with his knife out.
My fingers.
That was...
Multiple fingers.
He should have died there, but it's okay. Man, we should not listen to the call, the Killjoy's calls. Killjoy has been doing fine, like
Try to
actually
take
getting
mid control
kills.
with your
Yeah,
ult,
yeah.
maybe?
I'll ult,
She's
yeah.
right.
I'll need Cubby.
They are so dead. A gift. All set up.
Hawk out.
Teleport's
Placing
ready.
sentry. Reloading.
Watching here.
Nowhere to run!
Jet was Cubby.
Loves this guy.
Got her.
Sober market. Yeah, droning.
Yeah, he's mid.
Both mid market.
Fuck me! I wasn't...
Spike down mid. One enemy remaining.
Last mid.
I got the spike.
Out of charges.
Prepare for hellfire.
Placing swarm grenade. Alarm bot out. Hawk out.
Placing sentry.
Here.
3.
Last player standing.
Low. Oh, 10 HP. 10. 1 bullet, bro.
Found the
But
swarm
what I hate
grenade
about
out.
most war films is the fact that they glorify war. They try to present you with something heroic
Swarm
and not the
grenade
suffering.
out.
That's why one of my favorite war films, and I think it's one of the best, is Come and See by Ellen Klimov, Russian war film, which was close to win an award for peace because it's such an anti-war film.
Enough, yes.
That's true, it does tend to glorify war. And the origin of war movies is propaganda pieces, and that's just the reality, right? When I forgot her name, the German director who inspired basically like the way we direct like war movies, who inspired the marches in Star Wars and all that like filmmaking.
Get out of my way!
Turret out.
Multiple enemies mid.
I got the spike.
Yeah, Riefenstahl. This race fucking threw a satchel on me and got me stuck there. To be fair, the Sova, what killed me was just the Sova arrow lineup, but still.
Last player standing.
Bad peek. Oh yeah, Leni Riefenstahl, something like that. Yeah, she did Triumph of Will for Nazi
Match
propaganda,
point.
exactly.
Don't stop fighting. You must keep going, even if you're the only one.
Triumph of Deez nuts. She's also Hitler's fiance. Oh, was she? Oh. I thought they she wasn't. Okay.
That's a good spot. We should do. Teleport's ready. You want to play? Let's play.
Can you fucking warn with weapon flashes, dude? Fuck! I'm sorry. I'm not yelling at you. I'm yelling at myself. She was a really talented filmmaker. It was a shame that after the war ended, she was basically censored. She couldn't do any films.
Last player standing.
It depends. If we're talking about being
Defenders
cancelled for being an abettor and propagandist for Nazi Germany, it's a pretty good reason to cancel you. But
Match found.
like someone being talented shouldn't justify them being unpunished, especially in light of the heinous actions of the of what they supported. Hello.
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 Yo. What do you guys want to play?
Like I'll be honest, Polanski did great movies, but I'd be okay with him never being able to do a movie ever
Good
again.
Let's go. Should I play Reyna or Jet?
Jet, go Jet.
Well, actually, what I would prefer, as far as Polanski is concerned, I would prefer him going to trial to his alleged crimes going to trial, and
Damn,
then
I'm liking this team already.
and then him like doing his movies or not, being deported to the U.S. and facing the trial. The fact that France is protecting him is really cringe. I know France is cringe on pedophilia in general. I don't mind the lower age of consent, honestly, in France. Like, there being plenty of exceptions where, you know, like a 20-year-old with a 16-year-old. I'll bite the bullet on that. That isn't anywhere near as problematic as when you're looking at a 30-year-old with a 16-year-old and that kind of stuff. But yeah, France. I don't remember the specifics on the French age of consent, but it goes into some weird places.
Right there.
Jet.
Do you wanna do want to map control or go a site right away?
Let's go away.
Okay, I'm bringing the bomb.
What is map control?
Map control is when we spread out and play it slow,
okay,
so we get info. We use utility.
I have the spike.
Alright, okay. I
can
can't
rarely do it on pistol round, but it's perfectly viable. When lamps.
Reloading.
Thanks. I usually call it something else.
Right there.
Oh.
Flash?
One more lamp.
Last player standing.
I should have teleported out
Spike down A.
after the kill.
Reyna's hit like a little. Nice.
We should have waited for the Viper wall, I think. That was suicidal.
Okay, which gun to pick this time?
Should we just throw ourselves at them, or do we want to do the map control thing? Or
Yeah. Let's just play slow. Like they have Viper. Yeah, I have a feeling like Viper's gonna play A, Brimstone's gonna play B. We can't like just rush the smokes and die. We need to.
Okay.
Unless we want to end the eco fast, like that.
We
That's fine
we
too.
should try pick one up and then we can just like cycle the gun around or something.
Yeah. That would be really good. See if we can get a pick hookah. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll go first. God,
his mic is horrible.
Yeah, flash.
Hawk out.
One backside.
Blocking
Oh, I got sniped. One teleporter
Oh,
behind us.
Down B. Last player standing.
Damn, they were like 3.
What's going on with his mic? You hear that? Zzz.
Oh, never mind. It was a 4 stack.
Yeah, they anticipated. Yeah, we should have just gone A, I guess.
Literally a 4 stack.
Yeah. It's all good. That's not a bad.
Not too bad of an eco.
It was just an eco, yeah. It would have been nice to get 2 kills at least, but it's fine. Yeah, let's just play slow. Like we need to use up their...
Viper wall to go down, then we go in.
You want to bait like Sage utility and all that?
Yeah, we need to like actually bait their utility for a minute. We're never gonna win rounds if we don't do that.
Well, that's one.
Alright. Yeah, well, one's showers.
Let's just wait.
You should do.
I'll see if I can lurk into hookah.
Teleport
Oh,
ready.
nice.
Okay. All Sage utilities been used.
One CT on B still. He's smoking B now. I'm coming back.
One
to
on
you.
the right. Right back here.
Have we watched Drive My Car?
Viper?
Nope, I have not.
Wait for the wall to go down. Hey, you want to plant, Sky?
One heaven. One also here on my mark.
I'm watching heaven. We can
I check
fire.
One under
squad
heaven.
it.
Under heaven one.
Oh, I guess
On the
she's
right.
speaking. Come on.
One close lamps.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
She was back the entire time.
Good round.
Reloading.
And the fact that his films are also being selected in Cannes, yeah, like the impunity of it is like disgusting at this point.
Where are we going? I can hold B maybe.
Let's do the same. Just play it a bit slow, and once we get a pick, we can go there, or you know.
Spike is here.
I'm
The
gonna
last
go
round was
long.
really good.
How much do you want to bet that Reyna's gonna buy an
Bridge,
op
please.
third round?
Stone window.
Oh yeah, the Reyna's probably going to buy an op.
Reyna's probably gonna buy an op. She played Marshall for 3 rounds.
Which
Yeah.
are alarm
Or
will
2 rounds.
remember.
And she plays A, so maybe we just go B.
Wait.
Tell me when.
Okay, go.
All set.
Oh, he's
Sucks.
low, 80.
Teleport's ready.
We're mollied off, and the kind of utilities
I
being
can
dumped on
outside.
hookah.
I can outside.
Vision.
Oh, wait for Astra.
That's a good spot.
Wait, never mind.
Prepare for hellfire. Here we go.
You should ult side. No. Oh, don't.
One CT.
Last
And one
player
heavy.
standing.
Wow, that's unfortunate.
By the way, did that video convince you of to read some Spinoza? It made me really want to read some Spinoza, yeah.
Okay,
Okay,
just say it, I
we need
guess.
to eco, but help me get an orb, and I can try to op and get a pick for us.
Yeah, sure. Probably safest orb is A, right?
Yeah, probably.
Keep up.
Shift.
Get out of my way.
Alright, cover me.
No one's there.
I'll wait behind.
Need that back.
Holy shit. Can I have a
Yeah,
heal?
back off.
Heal
I'm
up,
covering.
squad.
Thanks.
Heal up, squad.
Oh, there's a sage wall here.
Yeah.
Spike is down.
Oh my god, she's on top of the box.
Spike down A.
I have the spike.
Oh, fuck, I missed. God, she's so fucking fast.
Reloading.
Ah, I fucking suck. Do you still have heal?
Concealment. Healing over
Thank you
here.
very much.
Reloading.
Set up a TP maybe.
Need healing.
Maybe combi?
Yeah, let's go B. Let's go B. Yeah, Breach is already lurking. Yeah, let's run.
30 seconds left.
One more.
You have to try and hold down the site.
Yeah.
Oh, he's 1 HP, 1 HP, on the left.
Teleport's ready.
I'm
Two
playing
TP,
it's
two
safe
TP.
in the 2. Yeah, they're in the hookah. And 1 CT. Ah, they got me.
Oh, unlucky.
Last
Yeah.
player standing.
One behind.
Left.
Oh, nice try.
Oh,
Good eco.
that was winnable. Damn.
Yeah, that was good eco.
Yeah, pretty good.
I should have teleported out. I'm an idiot.
Plant outside next time.
I couldn't, because I would have gotten killed.
They think they're better than us.
Yeah, from window.
Yeah, I planted safe because I had to. Fucking plant outside, dude. Fuck, dude. What the fuck do you think was going on?
Let's go B, I can ult.
Okay.
Do you want to stun window for us?
Yeah, of course. Tell me when.
Okay, stop.
Yeah.
God, this sound.
They don't stay in hookah.
Yeah, no one's in hookah
They
usually.
know.
They just throw utility
They
at
know,
it.
yeah.
Stun. Breach.
Nice. Actually, that's huge. Killing Viper is huge.
Flash out.
Is she stuck? No.
Blinding.
Close.
Blasting.
Oh,
Last player standing.
No way.
Spike down B.
yeah, there was not much you could do there.
Jet, why go back?
We have plenty of
Because the rest is
Jet,
because
one kill, I go back. Lol.
I just picked her off. That's it.
Let's go A every round.
Yeah,
We can't do shit on B.
sure. They're mad! I'm gonna go to sleep. Have a great one, King. DM me when you plan the Chris Marker discussion. Yeah, sure.
I got yous, okay?
Safe.
Have a good time. Yeah, we need to save here.
Yeah.
Watch this.
That's a good spot.
She's at once.
Teleport's ready.
Dead.
Nice. That's huge.
Close.
Oh my god. Lol.
What the fuck?
Ah, bro, it's Astra. I am smoke.
She's bathroom still.
Don't stay.
Prepare for help.
Last player standing.
One short. Oh yeah, no, we're all dead.
Oh my god.
What happened?
We weren't in go. We probably weren't. I don't know what happened specifically there.
We got this.
I think did Viper take the teleporter from B?
I don't know. I don't.
Because she came from here into short, which is unusual, and I had a trap here, so she didn't go through market. I think, unless I missed it.
Go away.
Yeah. I
Maybe
feel
she
weird about
smoked her
that.
trap, something like that.
Yeah, maybe. I didn't know this.
A gift.
Welcome to my
So basically they're probably 4-stacking A and there's gonna be only solo Viper on B.
Yeah, that's the classic.
Or Brim and Viper. Oh, I have the spike.
Want a double peek? I fucking fell off the thingy. I'm an idiot.
I can ult A, come.
Nice, we got the
Viper
Viper.
dead.
Let's go be fast.
Reloading.
Brim also plays B, watch out for long.
Spike them out.
I have the spike.
Found one.
Go along.
Got him. Planting default.
Found one. Here. Reloading.
Rest should be CT. I'm gonna go elbow.
Over here. Hawk out.
Teleport's ready.
Blinded.
Hawk out.
Someone. Oh, it was you.
It's me. I'm gonna flash.
One enemy
Nice.
remaining. Flawless.
Nice, well played.
There's an op. Anyone want it?
Take it, yeah.
Trust me, they'll know what
Time to do?
You can play Jet if you want to. I mean, we both have good agents for the op, so I don't care.
Sure.
Just got a mean, wicked time to shitpost. Good. Shitpost, best post. Is name man joining?
Is it okay if we
maybe
switch it in
after
case
this
like
game?
I'm like whiffing and stuff?
Sure. Yeah. If you don't feel it, I can try. But I was whiffing with my ult, so I don't know if I'm the right one to try. I'll go look towards B.
Soon here. Fast.
What's
Yeah. Wall.
Viper's got a one-way in hookah. Nice. Let's see.
I'm gonna ult A, come.
Oh, how?
Viper's D.
A Viper one shot in mid.
How
did I miss her?
Down A.
Oh my
I go
god.
short, wait. Why don't you take orb?
You will not.
What the fuck is
kill
this
my
Jet's player,
ally.
Mike? He's fucking a duck. Yeah, I know. It's horrible.
Try to for the right.
Nice.
Good job.
Flash out. Clearing out. Trevor.
Last player standing.
Oh no.
Heaven.
Good for two. Good for two.
Blocking vision.
Oh, he's still a... Oh.
Nice.
Maybe teleport.
Oh, that could have been huge.
Close. You guys
Nice
almost
try.
close.
Close one, yeah. If he, if he swapped over to the Sage there, that would have been huge.
Let's
need
go
to
A,
try and
guys.
win
Wait
the
for my
next
ult,
3 rounds.
and we can go in.
Okay.
Best case scenario, we win the next 3 rounds, and then defense should be easier, maybe.
Yeah, I agree. How are we gonna do this? Let's set up this duder.
I am with you. We are strong.
That works.
Time to hunt.
One B, like close.
Reloading. Reloading.
Teleport's ready.
Lance,
Come. Wait
Jet
for my ult, wait for my ult.
Get out of my way.
Go in.
Yeah, okay. Watch out, there's Brim ult too. Okay, I'm planting.
No way. Okay.
Spike planted. Prepare for hellfire.
Watch out for her, watch out for her.
Enemy kill. Yikes.
You did.
One enemy remaining.
Maybe flank.
Nothing flank yet.
Teleport's
I'm
ready.
watching it.
Healing over here.
Oh yeah.
One flank, got her. Yeah, she's taking the
Okay,
teleporter
yeah.
regularly.
Reloading. I told you you're okay. You're okay, fam. Good even.
That was a good
Yeah,
round.
we can fake A
Let's-
maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe we should just
No,
go
no, Jet,
do it again.
please stop play.
Yo, I'm
Operator.
gonna.
Give,
not-
give operator in its chamber.
No, it's
Yeah,
fine,
yeah.
it's fine, it's fine.
Where, bro? You are one duelist. Please play Vandal.
Yeah, okay, but I just wanna peek here and hold in case someone plays aggro.
Okay, go.
Teleport's ready.
I hate it when people are like trying to tell others how to play. Shit.
Gonna see if someone maybe flank.
Two buff.
Chamber, can we switch?
Sure, I just want to hold this off angle for a second. case they back up. One lamps.
I can drop you
Still
up right now.
bathroom. Okay, I'm taking out.
Time to hunt.
First right.
Scout destroyed.
Should we just rotate?
We could.
Maybe go long. I'll go long maybe.
I'll go long.
But in place long, watch out.
We have 35
Sky,
seconds.
you
I think we need to
long.
start
Sky,
stepping.
play long.
No, if you shift, you can make it. Just go.
30 seconds left.
Fuck, I fucked up, sorry.
On long, go in.
Tube.
Nice plant.
Nice, good job. Now you need a plant. Take TP.
That's straight.
Plant, bro. You have flash.
Astra cover.
10 seconds left.
Planting. Hawk out.
Backside,
Going
backside.
elbow, I think. One.
You can ult.
One backside.
Obscuring vision. Found one.
Yeah.
Maybe one go long.
Last player
Yeah.
standing.
On the wall. Come down.
One enemy remaining.
Nice try. Hey, Sensei Tumbleweed, how are you doing? Just wanted to go by and say hey. I enjoyed your review the other day and talking through a lot of Darkest Case stuff. Hey, thanks for coming back. I enjoyed your feedback too and chatting with you. I'm glad you enjoyed the content.
Last round.
If it interests you, earlier today, I had
Chamber, maybe you could go be long and try and like fake or pick someone off.
Yeah, I'll try that. Earlier today, the start of the stream, we had a bit of a 2-hour discussion with some friends about Camus the Stranger, so like literature and philosophy. So that made if that interests you, then go check out the VOD. I'll try to publish a video about it.
Welcome to my world.
Take the orb. I watch.
Fuck.
Take the orb, Astra. You can ult.
Reloading.
Yeah, take.
No, wait.
Rain is out of flashes. Nice, we have a
Jet
pick.
dead.
Bro, go. You can ult. Go.
No. Wait.
Two dead.
Oh, you're idiot.
Yeah, I think we have B.
We have beyond.
Come A.
Three dead. One is CT.
I'm watching elbow.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
That comes behind.
Last
Hookah,
one is like here, I think, or hookah.
No, hookah.
Oh, okay, hookah. He's gonna take TP.
Okay. Yeah.
Hawk out.
He should be.
Blinded.
Yeah,
That
he's
was
TP.
that was breach. Oh no, yeah, one.
He's in window.
Nice, well played.
Nice, good job. Good round.
Also tomorrow we're gonna
I play A.
on Tuesdays. Okay, he's gonna play A. If you're free and you want to come back, I participate in a politics podcast called The Praxis. Tomorrow's subject is going to be social media, specifically misinformation and privacy. So looking at the...
I'll go A.
should I do... kind of want to put the trap here, actually.
A gift.
We gotta get our
Let's
land
put this
back.
backside.
This should do.
Fuck, I scuffed. That's okay.
Teleport's ready.
Anything B?
I think I heard steps mid.
One A.
A steps.
Okay, yeah.
Hey,
Astra, what are you doing?
Astra, what are
okay,
you
wow,
doing?
I'm dead instant. Running headshot.
Nice.
Nice.
That's huge.
Spike planted.
They walled the spike on bath.
Oh, we're gonna have to break it then.
Yeah, he did. He broke it.
Nice.
Like one part of the
One was there around. Watch out.
One's cubby.
Behind boxes. Can't wall back.
Bro, shoot.
Nice.
I was reloading, sorry.
Let's go together. Let's go together. Wait.
Blinded.
Yeah.
Last
Line up.
Fuck!
I whiffed. I'm sorry.
Viper's playing lineup.
Like users needing privacy from companies. Yes.
Oh wait, no, she just
regulation around the usage of private data, basically.
Ostra, what are you doing, man? Why you push?
He's so mad. Yeah, discussing the how our data should or should be protected. What regulations are needed. That kind of stuff.
Teleport's ready.
Go for the aggressive peek here. Teleport back. Nothing mid. Watch out on A. Oh fuck! Never mind. They're too long. And one mid actually, one long. Oh, they were waiting for me. That's on Tuesday. That's tomorrow, right? Tomorrow's Tuesday. I'm sorry. I'm. No, Thursday. Fuck, I confuse Thursday and Tuesday sometimes. My bad. That's Thursday. Sorry.
Standing. Spike planted.
So tomorrow evening. Around the... Well, we end around this time, usually.
Nice. You can even save the gun if you want.
We'll have a full buy next round, so Spectre's not
Yeah.
I think getting a kill here is better than saving the Spectre, but nice.
Nice. Try push now.
Nice. Okay, now it's really good.
One enemy remaining.
Long.
Okay, oh yeah.
Nice try. That was a really good eco.
Nice.
Good
NP,
job, bro.
I'm off this week. I have a few more to go down. Sorry.
They're
Oh
only left with the
shit. My
sheriff.
condolences, man.
Because it means you're my friend. But maybe I
Hope you're doing good. I hope you're doing okay.
We can retake with my ult. Oh, they're gonna ult lamps. Don't go in lamps. They have Brim ult.
Perfect. That's a good spot. Out of charges.
Viper play lineups.
Teleport's ready.
Yeah.
Watch buff one.
Nothing mid. Thanks, my grandma passed away. She has been super foundational to me, so it's tough, but taking it one day out of a time. Damn. So sorry for your loss, man.
Reloading.
Watch the left.
Fuck!
Oh my god.
Thought I pre-fired it properly, but
Still lamps one.
I was shooting too low. 2 body shots.
Prepare for hellfire.
30 seconds left. Spike
Nice.
planted.
Wait, I go behind. Wait
was a
for
sick
me.
shot.
Wait for me.
Okay.
One is lamps then. Wait.
Jet lamps.
Brim is like here, behind the box.
Okay. I can ult maybe.
That dude was right there when you went around the corner. Yeah, and the worst thing is I knew he was there, so I pre-fired
One enemy
before I
remaining.
even saw him, but my crosshair was too low. I was looking... I was looking to... I was aiming too high. I mean, too low, so instead of...
Enemy spotted A.
Last player standing.
Nice, well played. So instead of hitting the head, which would have won me the duel, I hit the body twice.
From the front.
See, it says on the right there, 78 damage, 2 body shots. Oh well. Our economy's kind of fucked, but shit happens.
This should do.
Not much I can do about it.
They will come probably B. Watch out.
A gift. Who will I spot first?
Yeah, they haven't gone B yet, so this is our time to shine. Nothing mid.
One A short.
Wait, one mid.
I don't
Got him.
think so.
Good shot.
Okay, go back side.
Yeah, but I'm just holding. I can teleport back.
Just hold that off angle and then TP if
Yeah,
you get a
that's-
pick or if they get too close. Yeah.
That's the plan.
2 A short. Can you smoke
See,
it?
like that was good crosshair placement. My crosshair was at head
One
height,
buff, one
so,
buff.
so when I peeked, I could shoot him right away. I'm gonna rotate Jet. I'm leaving you. Okay.
Yeah, sure. I'll hold it down.
You got traps too, so you can play around them.
Yeah.
Don't peek, bridge.
I feel like they're gonna rotate now.
I bait for you.
They could, yeah.
On Stellar. Go back, chamber.
Okay, I'm going back.
Yeah. B, guys.
Okay.
30 seconds left.
Teleport.
Yep.
Clearing out. Flash out. Concussing.
10 seconds left.
Oh, they don't have time.
Reloading.
Yeah.
Imagine saving with 3 people.
Bruh. I have my Marshall.
We doing
Bruh.
this or what?
Bruh.
Right there.
That was a good round.
I saved with 3 people. I mean, like, I don't know. That's probably smart, I guess.
They didn't have a choice at that point, but they should have pushed earlier.
That's a good spot.
Like, anywhere.
That works.
Yeah, I was hoping I could get a gun.
Teleport's ready.
Yeah, from back in my Counter-Strike days, that's a good habit to get in, to assume there where someone's head likely be. Yeah.
Get out of my
Steps
way.
B. Fuck, I'm sorry, I'm an idiot. An idiot. Shut up, Astra.
Go back. Clear it.
I should have just teleported away faster.
I have my ult for it.
One's CT.
Spike planted.
Wow, that was a nice. Are you tossing credit cards on the ground? Yeah, that's what this this guy's power is. He tosses credit cards on the ground. So the C power, the leftmost one on him is the traps. They're basically little bots that after like half a second they shoot a dart at anyone who's near.
I stun for you. Go.
And make an AOE slow.
I'm gonna ult. Let's go.
Maybe dog.
And
Nice.
Fuck.
And the other one is 2 beacons that you can teleport between on a cooldown. It's like this is the beacons.
Alright, I saved up to buy
yeah,
this
it's
up.
all.
I hope I don't mess up.
Alright, you want to peek long or?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go aggro peek.
Okay. I need to put up the same traps. They haven't seen them yet.
That's a good spot.
I'll come to support you. Shut up, dude.
We should do.
This is fucking annoying.
Teleport's ready.
Yeah.
Okay, watch buff.
Alright, let's back off.
Yeah, I'm just gonna take that pick. I'll watch window from CT now.
Okay. I'm gonna hold this angle.
Yeah, perfect, man.
I downloaded this game last night, but my laptop isn't good enough to play it. It skips too much. Oh, that sucks. Hey man, if you, I would have to reinstall it, but if you want, we can play Counter-Strike, CS:GO at some time. I imagine your laptop can run that.
Yeah.
You can rotate Jet. I'll anchor here.
Okay, sure. If you hear steps, then I'll insta rotate.
I flash. Watch out! I flash.
Enemy spotted A.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm gonna rotate back.
Okay.
Just in case, because it feels like that was like a fake.
You will
30 seconds
Yeah,
left.
res in
definitely,
B long,
definitely.
res in B long.
Yeah, B.
Steps.
I'm dead.
They found my trap.
One elbow. I missed her. Fuck, I'm an idiot.
Damn, rest in peace.
found one.
Welcome to my world. 10 seconds left.
Oh, interrupt the plant and we win. Nice.
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 Got it. We win.
We win. Run back. Stay alive.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, nice.
Well played. Oh,
Hey,
bang.
good job. Up in CT, but
He decided to
Well
show
played.
up a little average.
damn.
That was
nice.
close.
Yeah.
That was really needed.
All set up. That works.
I like this trap.
A gift.
I can buy for you, Chamber.
Oh, okay.
Does anyone? Merci.
Thank you. Fuck. I'm too slow.
Are you short?
Teleport's ready. They are so dead.
That's gonna
I'm
be
insta
all the
rotating.
names. Okay.
Nice, good job.
I'll just stay B then.
Smokes A.
Got the trap covering my back, so I should be fine.
They didn't push in yet. Yeah, they're hanging back. I'm gonna just rotate.
And hold the off angle and teleport out from here.
Spike down A.
Spikes down, we can maybe hold that. You can
Yeah,
even
hold the
take
spike, hold the
TP,
spike.
maybe chamber.
Sure, if you want me to.
You can heal me?
Yeah, you can, yeah, it's up to you.
Okay, I'm coming.
You stunned?
Brimstone low.
Did we clear bathroom?
No,
No,
back
one
is
is back,
where
one
they
is
are.
back.
One is back.
Okay.
One at least.
Flash, Sky.
I have no flash.
Ah, yeah, fuck. I thought I could clear that corner without peeking it.
30
My
seconds
bad.
left.
No time.
One enemy remaining.
Got him.
Low.
Nice.
Haven't played it so long that doesn't have a
I
graphics
was
card.
waiting
Only
for a second.
integrated
Oh my god.
Ooh, yeah, integrated graphics
Don't
suck.
think it's, eh?
I can
Yeah,
buy.
I know that pain. Breach can drop you? Oh, nice.
Perfect.
I know that pain.
That's a good spot.
Yeah, I played
works.
a lot of CSGO, and I like this game simply because, I'm not gonna peek over there. Simply because of the maps,
Probably beat us
Teleport's ready.
the maps and the way the...
Steps B.
Ah, fuck,
Yeah,
I
many.
didn't keep it fast enough. Yeah,
Well
2-3
nice.
mid.
Nice pick.
Taking that back.
Need that back.
This guy, I'm gonna mute him if he keeps shit talking me.
Play retake, I have my ult.
Oh my god, I got 2,000
Unfortunate.
people peeked.
Yeah.
Spike planted.
You can try and play retake with ult, but it's up to you.
One backside. You're walled off, Astra, from the CT entrance.
Last player standing.
Unlucky.
Just save, I think. It's 1v5.
Yeah, save, we were low on eco.
Yeah, safe.
They're gonna come
Straight
after you,
jump.
by the way.
What are you doing, man?
Probably gonna fake, like,
I
to
need a
heaven.
concealment.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jet is in heaven. That sound was Jet jumping up in there.
Match point.
Nice.
No worries, Sally.
It's safe.
No worries.
What save? It's 12-8.
Oh, fuck, it's 12-8.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Mine still.
I mean,
doesn't save.
I'll sell my gun and I can buy you like a Spectre. So we can both have Spectres.
A gift.
So I'll just play Bucky in the hookah.
That's a good spot.
Sure.
We have breach ult and Astra ult, we can...
Yeah.
Fuck.
I
Don't say it,
I
don't
didn't
say it,
realize
go
we
on,
were
go on.
losing.
Brim's
This is
ult.
hard.
Teleport's ready. Prepare for hellfire!
Nice, good pick.
Shotguns. Bro.
Spikes down, copy.
Oh. Yeah, spikes down.
Chamber, we really need your traps, so try to stay alive.
60 on Viper.
Okay,
I'm gonna rotate A.
I was
you should
supposed to
maybe stay.
rotate.
Step say.
Okay, yeah, you can rotate
One more
here.
short,
rotate
one more
here.
short.
Okay. Oh, one
Oh,
teleport.
copy.
One enemy remaining.
Last
Yeah, last
teleport
one,
to
last one,
Luca.
side.
Good job. Take the gun.
Good job.
Shame you had to die, but
Oh wait, is there an op?
my bigger picture.
I hate to say it, but probably best to play as a team. So,
I can drop.
what's the plan?
A breach.
Same.
Or
We have 4 ults. We can easily take. If you
Yeah.
don't die.
All set up.
I'm gonna ult.
That works. A gift. Teleport's ready.
Get out of my way!
I can stun for you, Chamber.
a 2 hookah.
Covering it. Enemy spotted B.
Okay, play retake, play retake.
Nice.
Spike.
save
Nice, we have
fast.
spike.
Spike
Yeah,
down
spike here.
B.
Spotted B.
2 hookah.
I have them.
Useless individual.
Trap destroyed. Flash out.
Watching long.
Spike is B.
There's one long.
They can cuss. Reloading. Reloading. Spike's here. Reloading.
Watch out for long.
Reloading.
One's here long.
Okay.
Maybe garden.
Enemy spotted.
Yeah, you don't need to do
I
a pair.
whiffed.
Oh, it's okay.
No, I whiffed.
One enemy remaining.
Nice, well played. Woo, we're doing it.
Can someone buy me?
Yeah, we have economy again.
Stitch, thanks.
Let's
Thank
go.
you.
Perfect. That's a good spot. That works.
I could have teleported back into hookah, but that would have
Viper
been
wall
suicidal, honestly.
B.
Oh, yeah.
Might be fake. Might be fake. I don't know.
Steps B.
Come.
Enemy spotted.
One
B.
Oh,
hookah,
no.
one long.
Astra, can you stay A maybe?
Fuck, jet one shot, and
We have 3
Brim
ults.
80.
We have 3 ults.
What's this?
Hey, guys.
Hey?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's they're faking
Okay.
B. They're two going
yeah,
through bathroom
fake.
and one short. They're planting default. They walled with Sage.
Welcome to my world.
Unfortunate.
Nice breach.
One lamps, brimstone lamps.
Walk out. Blinded.
Bro,
Arena, it's there.
fuck! One bath, one side.
Yeah, I was gonna say that.
Short. Short and bath.
30
Maybe Sky
seconds
go
left.
away, B? Go B maybe?
One enemy remaining.
Nice. Short,
One
less, short.
Yeah,
Heal,
steps.
heal.
Heal, jet.
Heal.
Here. Out of healing. Time to hunt.
Go B. Jet, go B. She was short.
10 seconds left.
Hey? Go run.
Hey, she has time.
Spike planted.
Well played.
Nice.
Nice.
Good job.
Oh,
Good job, Sky. We're gonna win this.
Yeah, just
Don't
3 more
even
rounds.
Start that shit here, mate. Now, people, are you ready? You must cultivate
I
a
can buy.
sense of calm.
Same. Should I buy an op?
I can buy up for someone.
If you want to, I'll play your Vandal if you want to buy it. No.
I'm thinking I go heaven with op and I can switch.
Okay.
Oh, you need to
If
go
I'm
V.
not-
A gift.
Or so you could
Wait,
swap
can
with
someone-
someone, but
That's a good spot.
Oh yeah, okay, no, fine. Yeah, my vandals.
Viper wall on B.
Teleport's ready.
Steps B long.
Nice, go back.
Good job.
Blocking vision. Need that
Just take that pick, man. That's
Yeah,
huge.
I'm safe.
You will not kill
res.
my allies.
That's 2 mid,
Teleport's gone.
2 in hookah.
Reloading. Healing over here.
120
I'm
on
rotating
stage.
back.
No, she's not running yet. Don't ult heavy.
One octagon.
Don't ult.
Well divided.
Teleport's ready. There they are.
Push
One,
out, push out.
elbow.
Not really that good for me.
Fuck! A nice shot from the jet.
Play together, play
Spike
together.
planted.
Scout destroyed.
I think we lose
I'm
this.
gonna,
2v5 is really rough.
Hawk out. Hawk out.
Their jet had some nice shots there. Oh, nice.
Nice. Bring us ult, watch out. One long.
Blocking sight.
Yeah, I have to bait out Grim ult. Or,
Last player standing.
40 only, 40.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Ult. He has ult.
He's gonna ult.
No way.
Oh, nice try.
GG's. We tried so hard, guys. GG.
Yeah, GG. I was close. All right, I D rank off of this game. I'm on a loss streak here, so that is that. Back to gold 2. Oh well, shit happens. Yeah, 4-game loss streak. It's okay. Nept, are you still watching? Do you still want to play Phasmophobia? Let me check on Steam if they're still playing Phasmo. The Phasmo. The Phobia. Yeah, no. They're done playing, I think. Nept, Salad, still playing Phasmo? Question mark. I don't remember if I have them on... oh yeah, they are. Okay, cool. I'm gonna join them. Just gotta change categories then. Phasmophobia. Oh, they are in the game currently. Alright.
Welcome back. I've prepared some jobs for you.
Well then. I'll okay, I can just alt-tab, quit Valorant. And what do we do while we wait for them? I think we watch... I think we can, well, you can watch some videos. That's what we do. Okay, this video was pretty entertaining. Or interesting. about the Bogdanovs academic fraud, basically. Alan Sokol was a TA for one of my computer science courses in UCL. We didn't really know who he was at first, just that he was an excellent teacher, much better than our original course lecturer. Okay. Man, I wish, what's his name again? What's his name again? The guy who, was doing the bogged meme videos. I always forget his name. Do I have him followed here? Not really. Well, I wish he made more videos. He stopped doing videos a long time ago. Looking for something different. I'm scared. What is this? We got Gordo. Got the trailer, The Multiverse of Madness. Some weird dessert. Sorry I couldn't hear you if you asked questions, no worries. What is this? This looks like chocolate jello. You can okay, no, I was like, can you even feed that to a cat? I love the ASMR sounds of those kinds of videos. It's comfy. Wait, so you just put it in a mold and that's it? And refrigerate? That's it? Literally nothing. It's just milk, sugar, and chocolate. Aw. Huh. That's really fucking easy. Slightly gelatinous, but it melts in your mouth and it's so chocolatey. I actually kind of want to try that. The texture looks really nice. The, like, fluffy, gelatinous texture. I think I would enjoy that, honestly. Nino's home. Matcha cheesecake, no oven. Ooh, I'm interested in that. I love cheesecake. Aw, there's a second cat. Oh, Phasmophobia is ready. Game capture.
Looks like there are others out there in need of help.
Nice.
Hello.
Bonjour. Oh, I know.
Motion sensor.
You want a farmhouse or a regular house?
God, they're so loud.
Yeah, we can do prison. Or, I don't know. The even larger maps are probably terrible, huh? I don't mind doing a prison. We haven't done one in ages. I wouldn't mind a campsite either, to be honest. But not nightmare campsite. Prison or campsite would be pretty sick. Yeah, let's do a professional camping sesh.
Okay.
Those are always like so, they go so bad for us.
I think campsite's genuinely the hardest map, right? Or
It's so hard, dude. Yep.
yeah, that's not very Phasmophobia. Let's immerse ourselves into the experience. Discover what type of ghost we're dealing with. Sanity 25%, blow out a candle, EMF reader.
I was gonna say I'm gonna take video camera to check all forms, but that's not good. Oh, it's not done? Okay. No, sorry. Not going.
Are you still there, Sensei Tumbleweed? Have you ever tried have you ever played this game? We could use it to find the the ghost. Honestly, on this map, that might be worth it. Just use it right away to not waste time.
What do you ask it? Hide and seek or where are you?
Yeah, don't do hide and seek. Hide and seek triggers a cursed hunt right away. So you pick it up, you right-click to start using it, then you ask your questions. You lose sanity for every question, and once you're done, you say goodbye. Otherwise, you'll trigger a cursed hunt. I'm lost. What? Why is he so low? Let's go lower the volume. Oh, I need the keys to the cabin.
Yeah. Tell me.
Campfire, I think that's by near the front.
The campfire, yeah, that's yeah.
Can you pick it up?
Where are the keys? I'm not familiar with this map.
Okay, I'm gonna pick it up here.
Nept, your Audio is glitching out for me.
You okay?
Oh, okay, never mind. Where are the keys?
Yeah, I had a problem where I couldn't pick up a flashlight on the table. I'm in VR, so I have to do like stuff to carry like to use campfires back here.
Anyone know where the keys to the cabin spawn?
Map under the map, like under the map in the entrance, like literally has back entrance of the.
Oh, okay. I misunderstood. Yeah, you said that earlier. Never mind. I'll go check. I'll go look for the bone in the cabin.
Generators on. 4.9 there.
Oh, you're being hunted. No bone here.
I think that might just be the ghost event, but...
Oh yeah, could have been just been a ghost event, that's true. I heard her. I heard the ghost singing. It's basically.
Yeah, quite confident it was the ghost event.
Okay.
Oh, it's here. Wait, no. Yeah, it's where you said. It's 50.
Okay, unless I'm blind, I've not found the bone in the house, so it's somewhere in the camp.
There's another event. Red room at the entrance.
Shit, I'm missing out on all those cool ghost photos too by doing this. Yeah, there's nothing in here. Rip.
Nope.
Just have something. EMF 5.
Oh, EMF 5, nice. That's a hint. Nah, one of our objectives is 25% sanity. It's fine.
Okay, we got evidence with the EMF.
Okay.
Oh, we could light the campfire, I think. We can interact with it maybe with a lighter.
Yes, we can with lighter. Oh, that's pretty cool. Didn't know that.
I don't have one.
That would be nice.
There's like no one box, like outside of the van, where is it? Not sure.
I'm bringing another dot.
I'm so fucking useless.
Sure again, this is the red room at the entrance, so maybe it has moved slightly. Yeah, it's warm over here now. Can you come check this area at the entrance where the table is?
I want to do one thing and one thing only. Let's light the campfire.
7.4.
Wait, how do I?
It's 8 right here. It's the coldest.
Oh, there we go. Nice.
7, 8, but it's 12 now, 10.
It just interacted. It just did an interaction here at the campfire when I lit the campfire. Like the EMF went up and my heart was beating, so I think it's still here.
Okay. Yeah, I think wonder if the start red room was like it teleporting to me to do a ghost event because of like some property that the ghost has. It's a crawler. Baby. Basement.
Ah, fuck, I couldn't fucking close the... I couldn't close the fucking tent flap on time. Should've just kept running. Should've just taken a photo of the ghost.
Was I? I think they are. Yep.
It's 6.1 here at the yellow tent.
If you hide in the little child tents, the ghost can't get you during the hunt. Interesting.
It's so weird, dude.
10% sanity.
Oh, look.
50, so we can keep it that way for objective.
I can cook the marshmallows. Nice.
I don't know what the ghost is. Yeah.
Perfect. This is what I always dreamed about. Do you know I've never in my life had that experience of cooking marshmallows by a campfire? I think someone offered me that experience once. Oh. My stream's dying.
Yeah, I'm the lowest.
Oh, there's the generator. No! I'm stuck! Oh no! Okay, they're right. Okay. Oh, there it is. Want some marshmallows, little girl? Here. Stop crying. I got some marshmallows for you. Nope. She extinguished the fire. Well, now I can't cook your marshmallows, little girl. What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do without marshmallows? Yeah, let's look at what the ghost could be. Would be nice to have at least one more hint.
Can the UV everything? During the hunt, if it like opens or closes doors, it will like show up on the thing. Right now is a really good time to UV. Also, we need to take a picture of new man's body.
If you find it.
Gotcha.
Did it turn off the power?
Oh, it's hunting again. I'm back, listening to my drive home. Alright. What kind of job do you do? If you don't mind me asking. Don't feel like you have to answer. Ah! Another person dead. Oh, I'm still dropping frames. Crap. Hey, welcome to the club.
Hello, fellow gamers.
Hello.
Oh god. It's so glitchy.
Is it over? On server? I think let's just go
Like-
again. Like, front camp side. Take a picture of new man's corpse if you can, but otherwise, we like it auto hunts as soon as we get into the place. I would just gamble Jin because it hasn't turned off the breaker. And CM at 5, so. Sure. It's just me, you know?
Like South says, it's here.
and it's like 15C here, so I don't know. And I checked them,
it's here.
and 6 here. It's so dumb.
It hunts from here, so it's here.
I need to pee, so I can go do that, and then we can see.
It's... I don't know what it is as a ghost.
It's probably Jin, as Nep says.
Hey, TLC, how are you doing? Jin?
Yeah, I didn't turn the breaker like 3 times. Or at all.
Oh, are you dead? Oh, okay.
Uh-oh. Yep. No freezing. No.
I hate this thing where it drops frames and shit. Maybe I should just restart the stream.
Okay, any dust? Okay.
I think I'll just restart the
Let's
stream.
join them because Nep talks in local chat.
Okay.
Yeah. We didn't get free.
It's easier for him.
Oh, you drive a shuttle bus at an airport.
Like were we around there for so long? Only Booker was.
Hey, we're no longer
Booker,
dropping
if
frames.
you're here, put the beer can
Stream's
on the
back.
thing, please. If that's you, or if that's okay. So, did you see freezing? Yes, no.
We're cheating now.
You know freezing. Do you have any information for us? Yes, no. Okay.
Just try mining then, because mining was also vocal when it hunted, right?
Yes.
More frequently make paranormal sounds.
I don't. No, that's just like random, like the ghost sound. But the thing with the mining is that I think.
Oh, so it's quieter when hunting too, but this thing was
Yeah.
dry.
So, but that's like no, that's like if you can only hear footsteps at like a reduced range. That's like it's hard.
Oh, never mind. I'm dropping frames again.
Like you have to be like looking out for it to notice. That's like a telltale sign for Jin, and I figured like we would have seen freezing, you know. Never lucky, big rage.
Yeah, that was really weird. Like
Campsite's too
15C
hard,
everywhere.
Campsite is crazy.
Yep. Where do you want to go next? Should we do a farmhouse? Or we Grafton?
Let's
Yeah, we can do a cheeky Grafton. Just a cheeky Grafton.
Farmhouse.
All right. Hopefully the internet comes back. I'm sorry. There's not much I can do at this point.
Alrighty then. Ready yourselves.
I'm so ready, dude.
Oh, never mind. We're no longer dropping frames. Augers. Amazing. Prevent a hunt. Detect motion sensor. Have a team escape during a hunt. Okay. Easy.
Is it professional or not? It's professional. We can do one nightmare after this if you like.
Oh yeah, it would be nice if we were doing a nightmare run. That is. I'm okay. I can see and hear most of it. Oh, that's way less bad than I thought it would be.
I'm going upstairs.
Like just looking at the streaming stats, it looked like the stream was being really scuffed.
Power is not up here.
Power is right? Oh, with no power, dude. This goes is all the abilities.
Oh, it's here. Ghost orbs.
Okay, that's really quick.
Are you here? How old are you? Hello, sir. Hello.
I've got 4 degrees in the upstairs bathroom, so maybe it's...
In that case, it's twins 100%, because if it's upstairs and it's freezing. Because we just had like two interactions downstairs in a specific room, and ghost orbs here. It's like 100% down here actually.
Yeah, I checked the temps upstairs. I would be doubtful if it was actually that low. Or like, it's like ocean low. Did you get freezing, you said?
I'll go look for the boner.
I think he's just saying that if you get missing, that's... okay.
Yeah, ghost orb confirmed.
Looking for a boner in an abandoned house. That's my job in my life. Where would you say you align politically? I think the simplest way to put my convictions, to state my convictions is, I think the simplest way to express my convictions is social democrat. Some other ways would be like mixed economy. Like I believe in I believe the best societies seem to be those that have proper like social support for people, as well as regulations to protect both free enterprise and allowing people to pursue their interests, but still regulating things and controlling them to prevent people from fucking each other over. Basically, it's what I like to see in government. People not fucking each other over. It's not something that happens often, though. Let's be real. I guess the bone's upstairs, maybe?
Are you here?
I'm sorry.
What?
Where do you align, Tumbleweed?
Where's the photo cam?
There's one on the kitchen counter.
I understand that. I probably am center right in most things. Okay. Yeah, I'm obviously influenced as well by, I don't know where you live, but I live in France, so I directly see it like, oh, summoning circle. There's a summoning circle upstairs. I think someone said it already, but I just noticed it.
I've got one on the actual discotheque.
Yeah, so like, I see it here in France, where I might I pay more taxes, not that much more taxes. Like compared to the U.S. in the end, like federal taxes are way lower in the U.S. But then since you also have to pay state taxes on top, it actually ends up being relatively similar, unless I start making like huge amounts of money.
Hunt, maybe? No, hunt.
So, what was I saying? Yeah, I just see the fact that like
everyone needs to take those.
the government I'm living in. I like paying more taxes. I like paying more taxes, and those taxes going to. Oh yeah, my sanity's really low. And those taxes are going to do things in society that are impossible for me to do otherwise. So typically stuff like
we've only got one extra slot left.
So typically for me that would be unemployment, for example. You can have no sound. What? Test.
Oh, we were full of pictures anyway, so I don't need to do something. Think there's a lighter here somewhere? Question mark?
Yeah, my Twitch stream has no sound now. Oh god.
Later.
That's absolutely terrible.
I can box it here if you like. I don't think we've boxed yet.
I know you can hear tumbleweeds since we're interacting, as we're talking.
But yeah, Booker did as well.
But apparently, the Twitch stream.
Yeah, do it again.
Yeah, no, it's something's wrong with my stream, I guess. I would have to restart it again.
Can you hear me?
Do you still see
Are
cars
you
up there?
here?
Checking. It touched the door.
Usually the stream probably works, but Twitch stream is dead. Okay, I'll restart it then.
More checkers.
Are you here?
Oh god. Yeah, I'll restart it and I'll finally finish